Let's start the show, everybody.
Let's go. What a great song that is. Timmy, how's the New York hipster doing?
Hey, just came back from New York, actually.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Met up with the mega collector. Very, very cool guy. Shout out to Jay. Very solid guy. He's a supporter of the channel as well.
Is that the boxer you were talking about?
Maybe.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Could be
So
anyone.
he's a cool guy. That's good to know. He's cool.
That's cool. Right.
So he was hanging out. He was hanging out with you and no one else, and just basically shooting the shit.
Yeah, just me and him. You know, he promised to back the Geneva watch trip, so he helped out a little bit. But also, he brought some pieces for me to see, and he's got some special watches. And you know what? He's in the city quite frequently.
Nice.
And you know, I had a great idea. You know how I never do videos and I just have very little motivation, right?
Yeah.
Well, I found motivation to go to the city today, right?
Well, that's good. Where were you? Midtown?
No, Canal Street, downtown.
Oh, isn't that fascinating? Okay. All right.
Yep.
All right.
And I had a great chat with him, and I thought of an idea, maybe because I've done a video in the past like this whilst meeting a collector. I made one about an AP, and actually I was when I was at the Blanc Pa watch event, there was a gentleman who said that he recognized me, and he said he really appreciated the video I did about the AP.
Okay.
You know, and that stuck with me, that oh, well, maybe Jay would be cool if I could, you know, if he's in town and he's got like 15 minutes, maybe I can come to city, get some footage um, of the watch, and then they can craft it into a video and make some more high quality videos like that. He said he's totally down. So in the future,
Good. Sounds like a winner right there.
it sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Yeah, winner, winner, kitchen dinner.
That's
You
right.
know?
So we're gonna have some really top level watches. I mean, you want to see the kind of level of watches
Yeah,
I'm talking about here?
let's take a peek. Let's take a peek.
Look, I was just this is just a little preview. Right.
Just give us a little shoulder, not the whole, not the whole breast and everything else. Just give us a little
Not the
shoulder.
whole. Okay, yeah, just a little preview for today. Okay,
Yeah.
here you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, recognize what that is?
Yeah, it's really nice. That looks like that looks like a John Mayer.
No, it's even more special. That's the rose gold Le Mans.
Oh wow, even much
Yeah,
better. Yeah,
yeah.
wow, good for him.
So this caliber of watches, it's there's probably only one or two people in the city who own that watch.
Yeah,
So it's a
I
really,
hope
really big deal.
it is a big deal. I wouldn't probably be wearing it in the city, but that's beside the point, you know?
Exactly, right?
Yeah,
He's a baller. He wears it on the train. Takes the
fuck.
train.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, hold on. Oh, if he's
Yeah.
coming from Connecticut, everyone's like
He's a
white
big
lace.
guy. He's like 7 foot
Okay,
5.
all right. If he's
He's
coming
built
from,
like
if
a
he's,
like a tank.
all right, if he's coming from like
Right.
Englewood, if he's coming from Englewood Cliffs or Bronxville, New York, or Greenwich, Connecticut, that from the train, then that's all white lace. They're not going to
His
do anything there.
Dude, his wrists are so big.
Yeah.
So when I put the watch on the wrist, I could then put my other hand up to the elbow. Okay? That's how big the wrist is.
He's a big guy.
He's a
Okay,
big
we
guy.
got it.
He's not gonna take it. But anyways, guys, today, so that's some upcoming stuff. A little announcement, a little teaser, something I'm
Well, I like the
excited
teaser.
about. Yeah, we gotta tease the community a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly. Show him a shoulder and not the whole body. It's fine. You
Right.
know. You know.
So get this. Tonight we're gonna have in a couple hours. Not right now. I think our friend here, Collectibles. Shout out to Collectibles, the very interesting fella. He's a collector from Los Angeles, and he's gonna come on the live stream, and we'll do a full on kind of interview. We'll go deep into his backstory about his passion in collecting uh, Pokemon uh, cards and these different assets. He'll educate us what are these different collectibles are, what they're worth, and what like a little bit about that, and also about his entrance into a watch hobby because he's got a quite a serious collection as well. All right,
Yes. Okay.
I didn't expect. I thought he was a
I didn't
bunch
know
of
he was from Los Angeles. I thought he was from Hawaii, but that's okay.
Yeah, you would think, but no,
Okay.
you'd be so wrong. And he's got a serious, very serious collection of watches and Pokemon cards.
Okay.
Okay, so this guy is a true heavy hitter, and he's also entered into the realm of YouTube. He's a content creator right now as well, working his way through the algorithm. You know how
So
it is. Hard.
he's an influencer then.
He's an influencer.
Okay.
He's just starting out 5 months as an influencer, and
Good.
we actually helped him because he was on the show for like a couple of minutes. He
Yeah,
jumped
yeah, yeah.
on.
Matter of fact, I did subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Nice,
I forget the name of the YouTube channel, but I did subscribe to it. He's a supporter of your show. I'm a supporter of his show. That's how it works.
nice. Cheers
Yeah,
to the fella.
yeah.
We actually this channel helped him get over 1,000 subscribers hurdle. So
Really?
yeah. So it's a big deal. You know, we helped out a fellow watch collector and influencer and alternate asset collector into into this a thousand subscribers is a big deal in my opinion.
It's a big deal. And 10,000 subscribers is a big deal. And
Yeah, I've been
100,000.
stuck at 10,000
Even now,
for 3 years.
you're around 12,000. I'm just curious on, You did gain about 400 people last year.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think it's doing these videos with Jay over the
Yeah.
next couple of months is what actually going to help us grow. So, but that's
Good.
post watches and wonder stuff. I'm also like I want to lose weight, and before I start doing my video, my focus right now is to kind of get healthy. I need to get healthy so that I'm in a strong, confident mindset. Because doing videos, it's actually mentally exhausting, and you can't really do everything together. You can't, once I'm there, I'll have so much more energy, and we're just gonna be smashing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Well,
Canal Street. Did you find anything new on Canal Street that you bought or nothing?
nothing, man. I'm not
Okay.
buying anything. Canal
Okay.
Street, there's all a bunch of fakes stuff. I
Yeah,
barely.
oh, I know
That's
that.
why I'm late because there were so many fakes that
I
people were
was just
selling.
curious how many
Couldn't get through them.
if they perfected the Rolex there, they no longer have them in quartz. What was it? In 1987, I bought a quartz Rolex there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
it's like a
remember
phase that
it
everybody
lasted
goes through.
exactly 1 year and then it died and I threw it out. It lasted 1 year.
It's garbage, right?
Yeah, total garbage. Total garbage. And it just you saw the secondhand tick like, like a normal quartz watch, you know?
That
I
actually a
think it
lot
was
of people fall for
27 at
that.
the time. Huh? So yeah. So anyway, yeah, something
A,
like that.
a lot of people fall for that. I even had a friend from high school
Yeah.
ask me. He's like, "Oh, Tim, you're a watch expert." I'm like, I don't know about that, but
Yeah, you are.
go
You are.
on.
You are. You're humble. You're
Yeah.
humble. You are. But go ahead.
Get this. He comes back to me. He's like, I want you to help me verify a Rolex. And I tell him, oh, it could be very difficult. Don't take my word for it, but I'll do my best. If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know. It depends on how good the clone is, because there were some fakes on the streams, and a lot of people fell for them. But anyways, he shows me this watch, and it's like a Submariner with a red bezel. Looks like shite, right? With the
Yeah, yeah,
quartz
yeah, yeah,
movement. I'm
yeah.
like, oh, yeah, it's fake. And get this, he's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure about this?" Because he doesn't know watches, right? So he's like, "How do you know that?" And it's like, ooh, where do I even start? Like, because he's like, on his side, he doesn't know whether it's real or not. You
Yeah,
know,
exactly. Exactly.
to him it's like a 50-50, and I'm like, trust me, bro. And then that's not enough to say like, hey, just trust me, because why would he trust me? What if I'm trying to like mislead him so I can buy it or something, right? And then make money of it. So I had to explain to him like, well, Rolex doesn't make a model like this. Actually, luckily, I was wearing my Submariner at the time. So I was able to like hand him the real deal and explain like, okay, look here, that there's the movement, right? You can see the seconds hand, how it's ticking 8 times per second. You look here, that's a quartz movement. And just look at the quality, you can feel the difference. And he's like, he was convinced. And then he just threw it in the garbage, like, fuck this shit. So, and then we had the, uh, gr- uh, we had the egg and cheese on the
Nice.
bagel.
Nice.
Yeah, good
Nice.
times.
You good?
Uh, because he found that watch and he was convinced he just hit the jackpot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Red bezel though, that's pretty cool,
Yeah,
actually.
with the red bezel.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's all I gotta say. It could have been one out of the billion, but I get it. I get it.
You know,
So
we had somebody in the watch community. I don't know if he's on the streams anymore, but he shared a story where he had an Explorer One, right? That he thought he lost. But what happened was he put it in the pocket of a hoodie, and then he took the hoodie off, and threw it in like the back of the closet. He didn't realize that the watch was there. Right? He kind of forgot it, slipped his mind. Was like
Yeah.
out drinking or something.
Yeah.
And then he hasn't and then he hasn't looked in the back of the closet for that hoodie for like 2 years. And then he got another one, and then I think he got another one. I'm not sure, but that's kind of how I remember it. Then he finds the hoodie, and there's something inside, takes it out, and there's a fucking Explorer 2.
So
Or the
it's
Explorer
inside.
1, sorry,
It
Explorer
was
1.
inside the hood of the hoodie.
No, not in the hood, but like in the
Oh, in the
pocket of the
pocket.
hoodie.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, the pocket of the hoodie. Crazy shit.
No, he didn't.
Uh,
He didn't have insurance for that, did he? Or did he claim insurance for it or something? Nah.
I don't remember. He may have. He may have had it insured. I can't remember for the
I'm just curious.
love of me.
I know I've never had a watch stolen, or I've never had a painting stolen or anything like that.
Mhm.
I'm curious on how good the insurance really is on things like watches and paintings and things like that. You know?
Yeah. It's a good question. Maybe yeah, good question.
I'm really curious because I know for a fact when you get in a car accident, they have an adjuster coming out, and the adjuster lowballs everything down to like nothing. Okay. So if you have like $1,000 deductible, it really probably is like $2,000 for some minor dent in your car. But that adjuster will only like put down $300. So you're basically still out of pocket. And I say to myself, why do I have insurance for? Okay, in cases like that, because I have $1,000 deductible on all my cars. So
Mhm.
I'm curious on how watch insurance and um like masterpieces or paintings actually work. It's unfortunate, but I've got friends that have life insurance, and because this one person died a certain way, it was natural death.
Uh-huh. It doesn't
And
cover?
and I'm not gonna tell you who it is, but it's someone relative to the watch industry. It didn't cover his father, and they were supposedly going to get like $6 or $7 million from this policy, and it's still under investigation, and it happened in like 2021, 2022. So
Wow.
these insurance companies can play a lot of games.
Wait, does insurance only well, how can it cover like natural
Well, there's
death?
clauses in all these things, and
Yeah,
I guess I don't know exactly
because if
what
somebody's near death, it
no,
just makes
died,
sense that
basically
people would
died,
take
and
a
they had a whole life policy. I mean, the father was paying. He actually died of a heart attack, and they're big watch people. Okay,
yeah.
that's all I'm gonna say. I'll tell you who it is sometime
Mhm.
off stream,
Mhm.
and they're still waiting for the collection of it. And it's been
Mm.
going on 2021, 22 too. So that's 4 years. I talked to him actually last week, and he brought it up again. I didn't even
Yeah,
bother.
dude, health insurance or these insurances are a lot of them are scam. They're
Total scam.
just they've got
Total
so
scam.
many clauses, exception for everything.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
don't
That's
even
what I'm
know.
always worried about. That's why I'm always worried about a lot of the insurance, especially. I mean, I've got two watches right now. I have two watches right now,
Mm,
and I'm going to sell. Believe it or not, I'm going to sell the Patek immediately and buy another Patek. I'm flipping it,
good.
and I'm picking it up actually tomorrow. And so, but long story short, I called Watch Aficionado. I decided just to go for an Aquanaut and call it a day.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
So I'm going to pay full retail for an Aquanaut. Call it a day. Fuck it.
full
So
gray
anyway,
market retail. That's like what
yeah,
90K?
I'm just gonna bend over and just buy it.
It's not worth it, man. You're
No,
buying
but
it
I'm
at
gonna
the
pass it
top
down
of
to
the
my
spear.
kid. I mean, I'm at an age where you know what I
I
want.
get it. If you want a great beater, that's the greatest, world's
Beat
greatest beater.
that is my beater. So anyway, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. All right. So whatever. I've
Yeah.
had it. So because I'm too old to play the
At
game.
least Aquanaut always gets respect. Like the AutoZone, it's just people
Half the
trash it.
people won't get it.
Nobody likes it except me.
And me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just very quickly here, I want to shout out the audience that's joining us tonight. Thank you so much to everyone who's already upvoted. If you haven't upvoted yet, guys, hit that upvote button. We would really appreciate it. Shout out to Kaloy, Dave, Collectibles. He's going to be joining us in like, I don't know, an hour or something. Steven Zaleski. By the way, Steven, hopefully he's going to be joining us at dinner in Geneva. Goldfinger, Maddie Chan. Goldfinger is in Canada right now, by the
He's
way.
awesome. He's
And
my
it's cold
favorite.
over there.
It's cold everywhere. I'm in Massachusetts right now. It's freezing.
Shout out to Tim G. Yeah, it was cold today as well. It's like we go in New York, we go 70, 30, 70,
It's going to
30.
be later on this week. It's going to be 60, 70. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but girlfriend I had to send off on a plane, and all my kids are gone during the weekend. But I'm going to Georgia for a golf tournament that is happening this weekend. So I'm heading there with the girlfriend. She wanted to go, and I said, I hate crowds, but we're going. So whatever.
Nice. Is it
Yeah.
good weather over there? Did you check?
It's pretty good weather now. It's near Aiken. It's near Aiken. Then I'll play golf at this other place, and we'll call it a day. I try to avoid crowds, but we'll end up going.
I hate crowds as well. Steer Pike, thank you for the upvote. Ray is back. Speedy Hernandez says
There it is.
hello to all cucks. I don't think there's any cucks in this stream, but there's definitely going to be some cucks from other channels watching. So I guess hello to them. Shout out to Double D. Oh, wait, maybe we do have cucks. Double D
Yeah,
says, cucks,
I
did
can never
somebody
see.
call
I
me?
can never see Double D being a cuck.
I don't think so.
I don't think
I
so.
never took
I
him as
can't
a
see
cuck.
that. I can't see that at all.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Tony. Great to see him. Let's see here. Whole Milk. Did Tim forget to set his watch? I don't set my watches, Whole Milk. Don't you know that? How long haven't you been watching this show? Come on, get with the program. We got JDMTL. Looks like he's riding bikes here. We've got Maddie Chan. Finally, yes. Sorry for late start. I was running, literally running home, full blast, boys. We got Dr. Bob's Nightmare.
Dr. Bob, he's my fave.
Watch Addict says, did Tim run into a Mr. Opus in time in Miami? Here's another watch stream. Yes, we did actually. Hold on a second. I have a video of us running into Mr. Opus in time. It's freaking hilarious. I was the one who spotted him. We were in the car with Nathaniel. We were leaving for the airport. And then guess what? Hold on a second.
What
I got two
happened?
videos here to share. 1 second. The other one Red Shovel has. I need to text him. Give me a second, guys. Need to ask Red Shovel to send me the video. Red, see here. Red, send me Opus in time video. Thank you. Thank you, my love. Did I say my love? No. Just thank you. There we go. Uh, Pickled Pickle is on thin ice over here. He's like, yeah, he's treading on thin ice. Let's see, we got Watch Addict. Where is Joel? Shout out to Joel. Who's Joel? Which Joel? What else? What else we got in the chat? What else we've got? We got Cloud Can. Shout out to Cloud Can. Says Tim, I'm going to GameStop to pick up some stuff. We'll catch up with you later. Hell yeah. There's still GameStops? What are you talking about? There's not a single GameStop that's open. They were all closed down. What is he talking about? What is Cloud Can talking about? There's no GameStops. They're all shut down. Does he know? He doesn't know, maybe. Maybe he doesn't know. Wild Watch Production says, come on. to sometimes end up suing your insurance in order to be made up whole. Um, you know what, guys,
We may need a.
do we need a super chat for Opus and Time clip? I think it's a super chat worthy. Okay, how about this? I'll play the first video for free, and then the part 2, somebody needs to sponsor. We need some super chats, guys. If you enjoyed the streams, it's hard. It is hard, man. It's hard. Help us out. Sponsor the show. Also, wait a second. It has to be MP4. Oh, wait a second. Okay. So the part 1. Okay, this is what I have to do. Oh my God. This is what I have to do. I have to send the video via WhatsApp. Then that video gets converted to MP4, and then I have to send it back to myself. What a bitch. I can't believe it.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because StreamYard doesn't play Apple videos. Oh no, that's MOV as well.
Really?
Yeah.
So StreamYard is owned by who? Is it Google?
No.
Who owns StreamYard?
No, it's independent.
I thought it was or is it
independent, man?
Well, then
independently owned.
Why does it work so well with Chrome?
Well, because they're independent. You see? Chrome is not owned by the
Chrome is owned by Google.
It is owned by Google, but MP4 is kind of a generic format that everybody uses, whereas MOV is Apple proprietary.
Oh, I see.
You see it? And maybe it's somehow more efficient or something. I don't know. But here we go. So this is the freebie. Watch this.
It's dead in the backyard pool.
Yeah. Open the window.
Open the window.
There you go. That's the freebie there. It's dead in the backyard pool. I told him, like, yo, look at that. There's Opus. There's Opus in time. Hilarious, man.
Where was that in Miami?
That was outside of a Miami Antique Show.
It was on Collins and what? Do you know?
No, it wasn't Collins. It was here. I'll show you the exact corner. Google, because I remember where it was.
Was it Washington?
Any amount super chat will work, by the way, guys. It could be as low as $2, and it could be as generous as $500. Whatever, your choice.
Oh, he was on 17th Street. That's where the mall is. Okay.
He was right here. I think that's wait.
It's where the outdoor mall is, which I haven't been to in like a long time. Long time, like at least 2 years.
I think it was right here because we were just exiting the parking lot. See, we were in the parking lot right there. Okay. But we're standing right here on this corner. The car is coming out of the parking lot. He's right here on this corner. See, look, let me play the video again. You'll recognize the building in the back.
It's dead in the backyard pool.
Yeah. Open the window.
Open the window.
There you go. You can even see it. The tree.
Cool.
In fact,
he looks good walking around. That's cool. I thought he lived more toward Brickell and not in Miami Beach area. I thought he lived like near Coconut Grove and stuff, which is south part of Miami, or Key Biscayne or something.
In fact, when I played the video, it almost overlaps perfectly with the background.
In the backyard pool.
Yeah. Open the window.
Open the window.
There you go.
He must have been at the show when you were there.
Yeah, he must have been. Yeah. I think I sent him a message inviting him, and that's where the show is, right here.
Yeah, I got it. But no, the audience doesn't. I'm sorry.
Beautiful building.
Gorgeous.
Right? With this design. Great stuff. Massive park in the middle. Now, unfortunately, this park doesn't get much use because it's so exposed. It's way too hot to hang out.
That's the problem. The people usually go to that.
Useless. It's always empty. You know that?
No, they want open space, though. I get it. they usually go to Flamingo Park, which is in South Beach too, and that's where the tennis players, like the halfway decent tennis players, go to die. They all play there. There's like a public private tennis club, and people, jog around Flamingo Park and everything else. But no, it's nice. And then the golf course is going further up north. Yep, it's
Yep.
nice.
Yep. That's the location right here.
Yeah.
Very funny stuff. But anyways, that's whilst we wait for the reveal of the second video. Yesterday I was talking about this. This is the biggest news in the wristwatch industry right now. It's a Recepi new wristwatch, the new creation, the chronograph.
It's beautiful.
What do you think? It looks a little bit like Le Mans, doesn't it?
I think it's beautiful.
Especially in this configuration.
Yeah.
Isn't that identical to the Le Mans? Look, the
Yeah.
rose gold Le Mans that I saw earlier today. Let me show you here, side by
Yeah,
side.
it's absolutely gorgeous, and his movement behind it when you showed it was absolutely gorgeous too. I caught up to the videos this morning. Yeah, it looks sort of identical, not really, but
It's
sort of.
kind of right. This is
Yeah.
obviously Rolex, but then here you got Recepi, which is very obvious. Recepi.
Yeah, it's what, this is going to win the GPHG award. Watch.
It definitely, right? Just
You
because
know,
it's
it,
maybe
right?
it wouldn't, but maybe
Why?
it wouldn't if
Why?
they're being brutal, right? If they're brutal, because they might get biased by the story of the man.
Well, the
Because
other problem is that, well, it's not a problem because the Revolution guy, he's now the president of the judging. I mean, that to me
oh,
is like a total farce anyway. And he's humping this watch. So I think I think that this is it. I don't even have to tell you what the other ones are. This one's going to be it. The guy that's on Revolution, the Rake magazine, he's the president now of the decision making he's one of the panelists, but he's also the president of the panel.
right. And
He's already humping this watch, it's already there. So and to me it's almost a give me.
do you think it's worth the hump?
100%. The movement is gorgeous in the back. The problem I have with all these sort of movements is, how do you get them fit? I mean, I get it. Recepi is a very young guy. I get that. But you don't know if he gets hit by a truck in 3 years or whatever, or he gets cancer or whatever.
He's got a team now.
Oh, I'm sure he has to. He has to.
He's got a full-on team working for him.
He has to.
Now, in my opinion, having a team kind of it's kind of like also Roger Smith. Having a team makes the watch less special.
Well, he's got to, because I think he's producing more now.
He is. It's a
So
if
he's producing more, he's trying to make. I mean, he's probably a millionaire as it is, but being a millionaire today is not a big deal. But it's
well,
a lot.
yeah, I'm not a millionaire yet, but how do I become a millionaire? It's not going to be through 0 super chats.
No,
right?
you get every super chat you get. Every super chat you get. Now, sometimes you're not going to get any. Sometimes you're going to get $900 though. It was every super chat.
Sometimes there's money. Sometimes there's no money. I
So what
enjoy
you
doing it for the show.
Timmy,
Yeah.
what you should do is every super chat you get.
No, but here's the thing. I get it. I get what you're saying, Tim. Like, okay, like I do the show because number one, I enjoy doing the show. I enjoy talking about watches, right? But
Yeah.
this show ain't gonna make me a millionaire, right? And
No,
like
it's not.
doing things out of the kindness of my heart and stuff like that. That's gonna take me so far. But I'm trying to save. I'm saving a lot of money. I sold the Air King. I'm gonna sell a whole bunch of other watches. And I think I could have, if I sell everything and if I become very frugal, and you know what else I'm gonna start doing?
Well, that's a, that, oh, that's an
Eating in a lot
oxymoron. You
more.
being frugal. I didn't hear the last comment because it's talking over you. But what did you say in the last?
I want to be very frugal by basically doing meal prep. I'm gonna stop spending money on food. I'm gonna start cooking very cheap meals at home so I can save as much of my money as possible. I
Well, I
want to
gotta
save
say it.
100,000 and then invest it in some kind of a business. Either start my own business, which I think would be the
Just,
best way to do it, or maybe back some kind,
just put it in. Just whoa, just
or
put it
go
in.
into a partnership. I don't know.
Just put it in a stock like Coca-Cola
Just a stock.
or
I bought a stock in the past and lost all the money.
yeah, but you didn't buy a solid stock. You bought a stock that like a chump stock. Buy a
It's too
solid stock.
slow. It's too slow.
Oh,
I want to be
well,
a millionaire in
that's
2
the problem
years,
with the
not
younger.
wait.
Well, that's
Like
the
in
problem with the.
stocks, it'll be in 30 years. I might be dead by then. It'll take 30 years, you know?
No, you know what you'll have enough money in 10 years if you put 10% of your super chats. 10%. I know it's a lot because by
There's
by
yeah.
the time Google takes the 30 and the government takes the
It's not
20
it,
and
Tim. It ain't it. It
okay,
ain't it, man.
okay.
I think I have to take the next step, right? I need to take the next step in expanding into some type of I don't know, some type of business. It's either lose everything. You know what? I want to either win or go or die. You know what I mean? I don't want to play it safe. I want to you know whatever. Go big or go home. Fuck
No,
this
I get.
bullshit
Well, I got to tell you,
of
I've got.
playing it safe.
I know two people that went bust a lot, and then they made most of their money between 70 and 80 years old. Two people, they became like multimillionaires by their companies between 70 years of age to 80 years of age. Ridiculous. Okay, I'm just telling you, it's not too late. I mean, even like Laurent Ferrier started Laurent Ferrier. He left Patek. He started
Mhm.
Laurent Ferrier at age 64. Okay. And he's like close to 80 now. I would say he's at least 80. So Laurent Ferrier is up there. So, I mean, long story short, fine. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You can go for broke. Why not? Go for broke. But
Yeah, go
it's got to
broke
be
or go
something.
home.
It's got to
Fuck
be
this
something
shit.
worthwhile. The problem is the watch industry is too small of a segment. Everyone wants a stainless steel Rolex, and then most people are done at that point. It's not people like us that look at watches as a different deal, you know. But most people just want a stainless steel Rolex. They don't care what it is. It could be either an Air King or a Submariner or a GMT or whatever, and they're done. All right, and that's the industry. I don't quite understand how Rolex still makes a million one, million two in a saturated market of watches.
Because they're under producing. They're full on pre-order based company right now, and they're just delivering. They're putting people on the wait list, and then they're testing that wait list, and they're delivering 6 months later. So everything is on a 6 months back order wait list, and they're
Okay,
producing to match the back order. They say, okay, so they're not sending watches to boutiques that are not already allocated for. You see, they
okay.
may be just a few extra pieces to put in the windows that that people can come in and buy, but those are very, very mostly it's all pre-order based.
Well, yeah, you know, the New York market is an interesting for Rolex because now they've got their own boutique, their own deal right there on Fifth Avenue. I why if you were Rolex, why would you give any sort of other Rolexes to their other boutiques that are in New York? I wouldn't. I just keep them all.
You have to do it right now because it's about the customers. You don't want to piss off the customers. There's relationships that Rolex has built with the customers that are at these other boutiques. What they want to do, they want to slowly funnel those customers from these other boutiques over to Bukura, right? They don't want to do it in one rip because they'll piss off the customers, and they'll say like, "Oh, okay, that's it. I'm no longer buying here." You understand?
Yeah.
Rolex doesn't
Okay.
care if well, look, they do care whether they sell it through Booker or through others, right? But if they ruin the relationship forever, and that's, watch buyers and buyers in general, people in general, they're finicky. They're very, a lot of people are very emotional. Once Rolex wrongs them once, they say, you know what?
You
Fuck
fuck them.
this brand. Yeah,
Well,
fuck them.
it's almost
I'll
like
go somewhere else.
it's almost like Mike Lewis. You know,
Right. Exactly. Kind of what Mike Lewis did.
Mike Lewis is going through right now.
That's right. You see it, and Rolex might have burnt Mike Lewis.
Yeah.
And he could have been a really good customer because the guy is
Absolutely.
extremely
Absolutely.
successful. He could be buying so many incredible watches from
Disposable
him.
income. He's got it. He's got it all. You
They
know.
just needed to throw a bone, right? They
Yeah.
just needed to throw him a bone, but
Yeah.
instead, this AD is really really abused him.
Yeah. Fucked them over royal. So it's
Yeah,
not.
and they're
It's
not
not.
even allowed to do that. They're not, and because he's not buying from Bucharest, so they're really abusing him
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I mentioned to him he should go to other boutiques outside of Scottsdale, Arizona, and put his name down at those other boutiques. Like in New England, I'm selling my house in Tennessee, but I'm still on the list there at this place called Finks, which is in Chattanooga, and then down in Miami. But the thing is, I just don't want any more watches. I just want like two watches. I want an AP, and I really just want a Patek. I'm done. You know.
Hmm.
And APs is playing the game. They just sent me more, and they're great watches. Don't get me wrong. 1150 codes, they're phenomenal. I just got like two APs. Do you want this? And I said no. It's like I don't want it. I'm past that stage in my life. It's like a starter home. I don't need a starter home. Okay. So it's one of those type of things. It's silly. So anyway, whatever.
Yeah, yeah, um, yeah. It's all very tricky, and they have to be very very careful with how they play this game. Hey, speaking of playing
We got the
the
sexy.
game,
We got the sexy dude from LA. I didn't know you're from
Ooh,
Los Angeles. I thought you were
sexy
from.
dude. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we didn't. I thought that you were living in Hawaii, but you're not.
Yeah, I
Which is
know.
another
Bernie's
great state,
been
by the
spreading some fake news about me, trying to get
way.
everyone
Yeah,
off my tail.
yeah.
but for those who are new to collectibles, is a very interesting guest for today's show. We're gonna try to get into his mind. He's a Pokemon expert, attorney, a new YouTuber, and now stepping into watches. And we're gonna have a good chat. So hopefully everybody is ready for it. Are you ready? Are you ready, collectible?
Woo! Let's go. Hi guys. If you could please like and subscribe to Tim. Thank you so much for hosting me, and thank you guys. Appreciate that.
And also, let me drop the link to your channel. We had a little chat
Thank you.
before when you joined us during the unboxing, a very special unboxing.
Yes, that was very fun.
But I think today we're gonna get to meet you properly, okay? And you know, I've got some of my stuff here to talk about. I've got some of a few of my Pokemon things that,
Great.
that I'll show you.
Yeah.
But to really get to know you, you know what? I want you to take us, way back. Tell us about how where you grew up and what kind of a kid you were. From the beginning. Let's
Yeah.
do it there.
Okay. That sounds good. I'm not sure if everyone's interested in my story, but I appreciate you all for being here and for the invite here. So thank you. It's very humbling. Yeah, I was born and raised in San Diego, California, finest city in America for sure. Good weather and everything there. Yeah, grew up there, went to college there, and then I went out to Arizona for law school. So I was in Arizona for 6 or 7 years. I dragged my then girlfriend out there and proposed, and then we came back to California, got married, and now we have 2 kids.
Oh wow!
So
Congrats!
we're settled
Congrats!
down. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. So we're settled down in California now. We got our roots. She's close to family now, and so am I, being back in Southern California. So very happy there. In terms of like collecting, I've been into watches a long time. I can remember middle school kind of asking for a new watch and then wearing it pretty much every day, for like 3 years. It was a Seiko and it had like kind of diamonds around the the bezel there. I don't know. It was like black and gold, looking. It's something I probably wouldn't pick today, but it was cool back then. And then yeah, I liked watches. I in college used my first paycheck to buy a Citizen Eco Drive.
Nice.
Yeah, because it was like blue, kind of two toned with gold, and it reminded me of my favorite sports team, the Chargers. Um, and then my grandfather passed away, and my grandma actually saved 2 of his watches and passed them down to me. And there's actually a cool picture of him holding, me as like a 2-year-old wearing one of those watches. So that's super special. He had 2 Seikos. One kind of has like nice patina and it's turned like pink. It was like, um, one of those like magnet. I forget the how it's phrased on the dial, but yeah, it's like anti-magnetic. It's all beat up. The crystal. I guess not a crystal probably, but yeah, it's all beat up and scratched up. But that's kind of how I like it. So I try to wear that occasionally, give it some love, and
Those are all his memories,
yeah, a
right?
lot of memories there, and I really regret not asking him more about watches. I always liked watches, but I wasn't, quite fanatical until I started, I guess, having an income when
Mm.
I could pay more attention to them. But yeah, definitely big regret not being able to ask more questions. But apparently, he wore one every day and was kind of a simple man. Just once he was done with the old one, he moved on. Um, he does have like a Richard Nixon watch too. I guess I got 3 watches. One's a Richard Nixon one, and like the eyes, like the second hand's the eyes, and they go like back and forth.
Of Richard
Cause
Nixon on the dial?
yeah,
Whoa!
Is
should have
that
grabbed
like
that
that? Is
one.
that what? Is that was that like the Tricky Dicky watch?
Yes, that one, the
Okay,
Tricky
got it.
Dicky.
Okay, yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah,
looking like shady, like
yeah,
looking over
yeah,
his
yeah,
shoulder
yeah.
and
Okay,
stuff.
yeah, okay.
So I don't know what the. I mean, I've tried kind of looking in the story. I think you could like mail away for that or
You
something.
did actually, because
Yeah,
I remember my sister did that. So okay, I remember that. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's on like the original bracelet and stuff. It's kind of the old school like leather ladder band. I should send you a picture of that one, Tim. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Definitely the most unique watch I got from him. And yeah, just big regrets not being able to ask that. He passed when I was like in 8th grade, so watches were cool, but they weren't something I could really speak to him more intelligently about.
No,
Um,
it's kind of a lesson for everybody who's listening. If they have family members, if they're still young, there might be still some young viewers who are watching for the first time. They might be joining this for Pokemon, but it's something to talk to your family members about the watches they own, and uh, ask the family members to tell you about them.
yeah, I think that's if you're gonna take one thing away, that's probably the one to take away. Because yeah, you don't really, people tie a lot of memories to certain watches, and even if they wear the one watch every day, I mean, they're gonna have a lot of memories packed into that. So yeah, it'd be cool to kind of pick their brain
And
on
it's a
things like
great
that.
way to remember because look, we're all human. Someday we're going to pass away, and these objects they're very special because through them the memory of this person could be carried over, like you said, there's a picture of your grandfather, he's wearing the watch, you can remember him more, and all those scratches, he put all those scratches on the watch with whatever he was doing, it's carrying his DNA. It's a great way, and wearing the watch is a great way to remember someone and respect their kind of legacy.
Yeah, yeah, it helps them live on, right? Because I
Yeah,
mean, like, passing can be pretty painful, and you know what
yeah,
I mean? Yeah.
yeah. It is. Of course, they always live on as part of us. You know what they told us, what the stories they shared with us. They'll live on inside us. The watches could just help jog our memory. It's so much easier to remember something when you can like either smell a certain fragrance, you know, like your grandmother's cooking, and when you smell that smell again, you know, you remember the memories. Right, same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, I'm spot on. He made the best meatballs, ever, and yeah, I can't smell them anymore, but when I put on the watch, definitely, those
Yes.
memories come back, so at least
Sometimes with
yeah, the
meatballs,
watch.
like my grandmother, it was the pan too. She knew how to cook, but obviously, but the pan was like something about that pan that was like a
Yeah,
it helped it, you know?
yeah, yeah, I know certain I don't know, like the wok, right? It has kind of all the seasonings and everything that you've used over years.
Exactly.
I'm not sure how
Exactly.
sanitary that is,
Exactly.
but yeah, it keeps in the flavor. Um,
Exactly right. Of all the fast food, it's like all blended in, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, that's for the goodness, I think. Keeps it stored.
It's so cool. So what were you obsessed about with early? Was it always collecting, or did you obsess about other things when growing up?
Yeah, so I'm ADHD, which some people can laugh at or call it a fake whatever disorder. I'm kind of your textbook. It's kind of real. I get super hyper focused on things, and then I kind of move on quickly to other things. So I'll kind of dive into something, over research it, become obsessive and compulsive.
Mm.
But then just as quickly, I can kind of move on to something else. Gives my wife a lot of anxiety.
I think that's
um,
just men, you know. Men are
that's my argument.
ADHD. That's
That's my argument.
natural.
It's our society maybe. Yeah, life's too short, I guess, to stick to one thing and be happy forever. But it definitely dates back. I mean, the first thing I remember is Pokemon, is collecting Pokemon cards. It was just I was like 5, and it was just such a huge epidemic when that came out, or started, hitting kind of mainstream. You had the anime, you had the video games, and then the card game as well. So I remember going to like swap meets, and the Charizard was like $100, and that was like absolutely insane. And you were kind of the cool kid on the playground if you had the OG Charizard, which none of us did. But I had an older sister, so she kind of had cooler cards and stuff. Um, and we'd actually play. You could kind of actually play the game. Most people don't realize.
Oh yeah.
So I kind of remember one of my first memories, like my mom actually sitting down. We definitely weren't playing it correctly. Now that I fully know how to play, but she's definitely trying her best, and it was cool. So I collected those. I was into like Legos for a bit too. Um, just like a lot of things like collectible figures. Got into Funko Pops a little bit, and definitely watches, as people know, hardcore collector. But really, Pokemon has stayed the longest, as well as watches.
Mm. And you become an attorney, and
Yeah.
that's very structured, very disciplined path. How does that coexist with your collecting now?
It's an attorney being structured. Yes, it is structured. It's also entirely chaotic. There's actually a lawyer shortage. A lot of people think there's too many lawyers. Like I was told, don't go to law school. There's too many lawyers. You're never going to find a job. There's actually a huge shortage, and companies are paying like 10 to 15 grand if you could get someone to transfer over to your firm. It's like, Tim, if you're a lawyer, you come work for my firm, I could get 10 to 15 grand if you
Well,
stay a whole year.
that's interesting.
Whoa,
But
I am
People make
looking
a whole
to make
income.
money.
it could be
People
the
make a
regular.
whole career.
It could be
Um,
it could be all the regulation though, also in California, right?
No, it's everywhere. Arizona too. I mean, I get like 20 emails like, "Come work for my firm. We have, better pay, blah blah blah." Just really aggressive recruiting. So it's just a shortage. There's applications are to actual law school itself are down to all-time lows, and people taking like the standardized test to get into law school is all-time low. So if anyone in the listening here is young and or don't have to be young, but you want another career path, a lawyer, I mean, there's a lot more scholarships than that. There's, it's easy to get a job. Your job security is pretty safe at this time. Um,
Interesting, because I
yeah.
am looking for a path to become a millionaire. And YouTube is great as a hobby. It's not so great. Well, there's
It's
some
made
people who
some.
really make it big, but it's
Yeah.
hard. It's very
It's
hard.
hard now. Yeah, it's more
Yeah,
saturated now. You have
very
goobers
competitive.
like me, goobers like me getting involved.
It's fun. It's great. It's a great hobby on the side. I'm doing it full time, but
Yeah, which
maybe.
is congrats to that, by the way. I mean, you're living a lot of people's dreams. That's pretty
Oh, thank
awesome.
you. Thank you, thank you. It's not as glamorous as people make it out to be,
Yeah,
but
neither is lawyer, right? That's all work, right?
yeah, yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Well, you have to enjoy it, right? Everything that you
Yeah.
do, you have to enjoy doing it. So, do you think being a lawyer made you a better collector?
I think, will it help give some income to make dumb decisions? Um, I mean, watches definitely, you have a lot of use for watches with lawyers. So it at least gave me an excuse to say,
Hmm.
yeah, I need a dress watch, but then I need a sport watch, for the family and the dog
Mm.
jumping on me. In terms of like collecting for investment,
Yeah.
I mean, most of my friends kind of look down on Pokemon, or, even a lot of my friends don't have, super high end luxury watches. So, in terms of like networking and marketing, I'm not sure it's super helped. I think maybe what you said, the discipline, you're kind of can see a long term um, thing in something, benefit to the long term.
Hmm.
Um, that's cool. Most of his friends are
Yeah.
lawyers. Yeah,
Shout
yeah.
out to Mr.
Yeah.
G.
I mean,
Uh,
yeah, tons of them for sure.
Watches are very popular, I think, amongst lawyers, right? Because it's like having a great watch. It shows that you're somebody serious. It's somebody, right? Because it shows that you're competent, right? You're if you're winning cases, you're able to make money, and then you can afford watches, right? Well, watches is
Yeah,
it's a luxury object, but in the way it's kind of a status symbol, right? It's
yeah,
a status
yeah,
symbol, but then also it could be an asset, right?
yeah. And there's strategies too, kind of how to wear your watch. It's kind of like a car, right?
Hmm.
Um, if you're representing a client that's a business and they're being sued for underpaying employees and not being very good, employer to some of these people, you don't want to show up in your Lamborghini wearing your Patek, right?
Yeah,
You kind of
yeah,
want
yeah.
to look more humble. But then sometimes people defending high-end criminal defendants, they want to roll up in their, Phantom with their Rolex on to look, to say, hey, like, look how many people I've gotten scot free. Like,
Yeah.
you should come my direction. So most lawyers are government workers. That definitely consists of a lot of the percentage of lawyers. So people, public defender or prosecutor, and when you go into court, you want to wear a nice watch. Doesn't necessarily have to be a Rolex. It can just be something that makes you look more elevated and like a gentleman or a proper lady. Um, but so yeah, you don't always see the high end, but I think
You
definitely
you could
statistically,
you could have a high-end watch that doesn't look like a high-end
yeah,
watch, but still like a respectable watch. Like I think
yeah,
perfect balance would be like a Grand Seiko, right? That's
yeah.
a really high quality watch, no renowned for their accuracy, but then at the same time, they're not hype pieces. They're not watches that people talk about investing in, and it's not an AP.
Yeah, I think in law, so you have a lot of like hearings and stuff that can be before the judge. You have a lot of like things way away from the judge. That's just you and the other attorney or some of the other people involved. And a lot of it's virtual as well. At least nowadays, it's going more and more virtual. But then you have things that are like trial, which everyone thinks lawyers do all the time, which is when you're actually in a trial with a jury and the judge, and you're kind of seeing if someone's guilty or if someone's liable for something. So I would say the rules are much more stringent if you're in front of a jury because they're going to notice everything. They're going to see
Right.
you're there 5 or 6 days, 12-hour days with them. They're going to see what watch you're wearing and they're going to make impressions about you. And that's when that's kind of more important, either when you're meeting clients for the first time, you're trying to give a certain image of yourself, or in front of the jury. So people like to talk about watches like you should buy what you like, you shouldn't care what people think. But in my profession, you kind of have to think what people are going to think, at least in certain times. Maybe not the day-to-day lawyer activity, but when I'm in trial or in a hearing in front of a client, I mean, those are definitely intentional decisions.
So what kind of watch is good when you go to trial? Obviously not a Rolex, because it might look like you're too pompous, right?
Yeah. I don't go to trial too much, so I'm not
Okay.
the best person on this. What I would wear, I mean, I'd probably wear something vintage on a leather strap. So I have like a Chopard or something, something not too blingy, but maybe looks, like you know what you're talking about. A lot of women wear Cartier, so that's very popular. I think that probably would look good in front of a jury or not. Um, so yeah, I
Good to
think the
know.
Grand Seiko that Tim said would be fine as well.
That whole, what you just said about the looking, you know, look at me, right? I'm sitting here in the shirt, and
Yeah,
yeah, and
graphic tee game. Yeah,
graphic
yeah,
t-shirt. Look, we're having fun over here. The show is not, I'm not trying to be too serious over here, but we're actually kind of talking about some really serious subjects, some really high-end stuff. And unfortunately, now, I didn't want to believe this, okay? But I've been doing the show for 5 years. And unfortunately, the reality is that first impressions are very important, right? People form judgments in seconds before you even speak. You already been categorized. Okay, look, you somebody, how somebody looks, that's the opening headline of who you are.
yeah, yeah,
I didn't want it to be true, but that's the reality. And there's these psychological like halo effects, right? When
yeah,
people look, if you're attractive, you look smarter. If you're well groomed, you look more competitive. It's just how it is. One visible trait influences everything else. It's not fair, but god damn it, it's freaking reality.
yeah. No, it's true, and you can overcome it, right? Someone can have an initial thought of you, and given enough time, you can overcome it. But
Yeah.
sometimes you're making an elevator pitch, or you're trying to, like, some clients have 2,000 cases across the country, and if you get that, that's millions of dollars for years that your firm can be getting. And sometimes you have 10 to 15 minutes to make that first impression, and kind of seal that deal. So um yeah, it's sad, and it's unfortunate. Luckily, some people can overcome those first impressions, but yeah, at least in my line of work, it's pretty important.
We think that there's the expression, you shouldn't judge the book by its cover.
Yeah,
But like, unfortunately, especially when people don't know you, right? Somebody
yeah,
doesn't know somebody. When that person looks like they've got clothing, grooming, when their posture is good, that signals discipline, resources, taste, right? Whether or not people read it as, that, but, that it looks like this person has
yeah,
their life together. A lot of people fake it, right? They'll do all these things, but their life in the background could be a mess.
yeah,
And the vice versa could be true, but you know the perception becomes reality for the vast majority of people. So when you're going out into public, you have to look the part. And I'm trying to clean up my game over here as well. I've been on this big project to lose weight.
yeah,
I'm lost weight. I'm gonna try to rebuild my wardrobe, not because I want to do it. I have to do it in order to kind of build a serious business. So,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
important that you
Congrats on
said
the
that.
weight loss, by the way. I've been following you a little bit through that. Very impressive, very cool. I've
It's
also
I
had some
look
weight
like
loss, so I
this.
know.
I
Yeah,
look
yeah, you're
like that,
Snorlax.
man.
Yeah,
No
yeah, yeah,
joke. No
yeah,
joke. There's this
yeah. No,
picture of me
congrats.
circulating where literally my chin connects with the stomach. Like,
Yeah,
that's how fat I was. It's ridiculous.
yeah.
Uh, but
It's yeah. I mean, it's
mhm.
tough, Like, yeah, there's a lot of good food out there.
S I know, I love food. I love
Yeah.
food, but, you know, it's the food is so much more enjoyable when you control when you eat, and so doing this stuff has really, you know, disciplining myself has really made me appreciate the food. I try to, you know, going forward, I'm gonna be trying to eat stuff that and really appreciate it and eat with
Yeah.
purpose, not so much with just because of the addiction. Because a lot of this food is like so addicting, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It,
It
it makes you crave more, and then you need a soda, and then you need a dessert, but then now you want the salty food again. And yeah, it's kind of like a cycle of
like
addiction.
it's psychological. It
Yeah.
literally, you know, you have McDonald's one day, and it actually, my feet are walking themselves to McDonald's the next day. It's
Yep.
brutal. It's
It's
it,
real. It's
yeah.
real.
And but unfortunately, I think I finally broke the cycle. We'll see it. We're yet to see it. I think I did because I broke the cycle once, then I hopped back. But now this time I think it's for real. It's this time it's
That's
it's
great.
it's different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
That's
jumping
awesome.
off, you know. I by the way, I'm on a 5-day fast right now. Today is
Oh,
fifth
you're
day,
on
no
one
food.
again. Oh, I was
Hell
gonna
yeah.
say. Yeah, you're
I, I
looking.
I just stole a can of Diet Coke from a friend's refrigerator.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
caffeine free. I'm enjoying it over here. It's
Okay.
okay. It's got 0 calories. I've done some research. Actually, Diet Coke is all right. It's not obviously maybe
Does
I
the
shouldn't have.
bubble don't bubbles kind of make you hungry though?
It's
Hungrier?
the it's
I
the
don't know if that's real or not.
aspartame, the
Oh, okay.
sweetener, the
The
sweetener in there.
sweetener.
Yeah, because what
Oh,
happens, the sweetener kinda spikes your insulin a little bit, and it makes you feel hungry, but I can manage the hunger now. I
yeah.
even if I'm hungry, like, yes, I know this is gonna make me a little bit hungry, but I have this rock solid discipline. I'm going till Wednesday. I know I'm going till Wednesday, so even if I'm
You're
hungry,
almost there. Almost
yeah,
there.
yeah, I'm almost
Yeah.
there, dude.
Yeah, almost
Yeah.
there.
I'm doing a 7-day fast. I'm
That's
feeling
that's
great.
that's great discipline. You should go be a lawyer. You'd be better disciplined one than me for sure.
Hey, you know, that's what I'm saying, and one discipline could lead to another. Maybe I should
Yeah.
start studying to be a lawyer, but it's expensive. I think I would need the lawyer
So
school,
much
this.
scholarships though. There's a lot of, because of the demand that they need applicants really badly. There's, if you do well on that one test, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, because I actually went on a full ride, so I'm
Is
speaking
that
from
is
experience.
that the
It's
LSATs?
Wow.
Is that the LSATs you're talking
yeah,
about?
yeah, the LSAT.
What
So
can I? You don't have to. What's your specialty as a lawyer?
um I
Without
kind of don't.
doxing stuff.
Yeah, I have kind of actually a few. I do some like boat stuff, so maritime law is pretty popular out here
Oh,
in
that's
Southern
pretty
California.
cool.
Yeah, so if like,
That's awesome.
yeah,
Good
so
for
like
you. Good for
cargo.
you.
Thank you. So yeah, cargo transported on ships can be blueberries that go bad because the refrigerator breaks on the, the boat, essentially the cargo container that's transporting it, and so that
So
can,
Marina Del Rey stuff, I take it. No.
something like that.
Oh, okay.
But
Pretty
I mean, it
cool.
can vary. It could be spoiled blueberries, and people are suing for $60,000 in blueberries that went rotten, or it could be a container being driven on the freeway, falls off the truck, and kills people.
Again,
So it can kind of.
isn't there insurance for that sort of stuff?
Well, some of the companies are so big they like self-insure.
Okay.
Um, but
All
then
right.
yeah, sometimes you're working together with insurance. But yeah, well, usually when you kill someone, there's going to be
Yeah,
a lot of people,
you got it. Yeah,
involved.
I got it.
Yeah.
This is very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, it sounds cool. Sometimes it's a little but yeah, it's cool. I do some employment stuff too, like representing businesses when employees are fired and a little disgruntled about that. Um, so that's kind of the bulk of things I
Well,
do.
we're
When
going to
there's a
be
lot of
firing.
work.
We're going to be firing Timmy pretty soon, so he's going to need a lawyer.
Hey,
Yeah, if anyone
there.
ever needs a lawyer, avvo.com, AVVO. It's like Yelp for lawyers. It's not as well like built up as Yelp, but a lot of people ask me like, "Hey, I need this," and it's a good place to start if anyone needs a lawyer for
Oh yeah.
something.
Avo.com. This one right here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like because you could put in what type of law you're looking for. Because a lot of people ask me like, "Yeah, I need your help on this and that." It's like, well, I have no idea what that is. Like, you probably want someone good, someone more experienced in that type
Mhm.
of law. So yeah, you could do personal injury, you could do, bankruptcy, things like that. So usually a good place to start. Usually if you see someone on a billboard, that's kind of more red flag.
Oh,
Um, an attorney on a billboard is kind of like seeing a Walmart sign. Like they may be
yeah.
good because they do a lot of business, but essentially they're just churning you quickly, not necessarily giving you like, you know,
Oh, like
attention and special care. They're just kind of trying to get you out the door quickly, get whatever payment.
I see. They're like part of a big firm, right? They got some kind of
Yeah,
a big firm, and they've got a whole bunch of lawyers, and they're like just giving. They're just trying to maximize the profits
yeah.
from the lawyers that they have hired, and getting them to get through as many clients as possible, spending least amount of time and getting the most out of you.
Correct. Yeah, and you see this a lot with personal injury
Hmm.
because if someone's hurt in like a car accident, you don't have to put up money for your lawyer. Your lawyer does it for free.
Hmm.
But then when you settle it, they take a big chunk out. And
Hmm.
that's kind of how it works. So they
Yeah.
want to settle you as quickly as possible and get that chunk out with very little work. But people could add a lot more money if the attorney listened better. Or they try to be a little more aggressive. So people are happy they get money quick, but then they kind of leave a lot on the table sometimes, and kind of missed opportunities there.
Oh, I see. I see.
But then you go with a small attorney. Sometimes you have the small business problem too, where they're not as well-oiled machine and stuff. So it's hard to find a good lawyer, um, which is why people
Gotcha.
should go to law school. If there's anyone in the chat, let us know.
Hey, that's maybe we'll see it. With the newfound, and I have a lot of lawyer friends that I met in the watch community as well.
Yeah,
We'll see.
we're
Maybe it's
good
too late
friends.
for me. Yeah.
Nah, it's never. I had people that were 50s in our
Mm,
class. Some were
really?
grandparents. So yeah. So not too late for you.
Wow.
Yeah, they do like
Okay.
indigenous law now. They're making pretty good money, I think. So
It's indigenous too. Timmy would be a great attorney.
yeah,
I'm
I think
right.
so.
Attorney. Maybe I could be a wristwatch attorney. Handle
Yeah,
different case.
patent
Yeah.
lawyer. Yeah, suing people
Wristwatch
to enforce
patent.
patents. Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
cool.
Pre-orders, like the Aventi. What happened with the Aventi?
Yeah.
Helping the victims
Yeah,
recoup
fraud
their.
and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wristwatch
yeah.
fraud. The wizard. Maybe finally will take down the wizard.
Or
Uh,
defamation. Didn't you say Nico Leonard said some bad words about you or something? You go sue him for defamation and or maybe the other way, you
yeah.
defend
But then
yourself.
he would come back and say the same thing about Timmy. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
I
it's
that's
a
why
had
you're the lawyer. You can self-represent. He's got to pay out of pocket for all that.
it's a he
So
said, she said.
Yeah, Nico went at me first, and then I punched back, and he got all soy at me. So
to me, that's a
kind of ridiculous.
huge. I mean, to me, that's Nico Leonard knew my name. I mean, that's pretty humbling. So that's
Yeah,
I think a big congrats to you.
The,
You got
the,
on
the,
his
pro-
radar.
the problem with a lot of the people in the other streams say if you did go after them, it's like bleeding a rock. You won't have any money anyway, so it wouldn't
he
make a
doesn't
difference.
have any
Yeah,
money.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
It's
So
like
Harder to
even if you get
sue.
a judgment, who cares?
Yeah,
it,
and that's a lot of it's insurance money is where money
it
is.
it's the same thing as suing me. Unfortunately, it's not going to be so easy because the channel and me, I'm just an employee of the Tim Wright LLC. So
Mhm.
if the channel was going to be sued, they're going to be suing the company, and the company's got nothing. It's so they can't go for my and actually that's the wizard who taught me that. The scammer, the guy who scammed everybody.
Yeah.
Like it should have been a red flag. Like, how does he know all this stuff? How not to like get your life ruined? Because if I was doing the show as an individual, not as a business, then I would be opening up myself to like my assets and stuff. So if I was
Yeah.
being sued, they could go for my watches. They could like sue me. But this way, I'm just an employee, and they would have to sue the company, and the company, unfortunately, is in the red. Uh,
Um, you do I'll just say two things. We can discuss this more later, maybe.
Mhm.
But just make sure your policy actually covers defamation. CoffeeZilla went at Logan Paul, who also collects Pokemon,
Mhm.
and got sued for defamation, thinking his insurance coverage covered that, but it specifically did not. So CoffeeZilla had to go hundreds of thousands of dollars out of pocket defending himself. So not to scare you, but just yours probably may cover that, but maybe make sure if you're going to go after Nico again. But the other thing is, I mean that's just the main one.
Well, I don't
Just
say
read
anything
your.
that's not true. That's number
I mean
one.
that's well, I think
Yeah.
what CoffeeZilla said was true, but he picked on a hyper billionaire, so it wasn't or
Yeah.
500 millionaire or whatever. So yeah, he's just he'll probably win, but that's the sad part about getting sued is you can win, but you're still stuck with the bill to your
It's a
lawyer.
frivolous
Yeah.
kind of a lawsuit. But is can't you if you win, can't you make the person who sue you pay for the lawyers? No,
Not always.
really?
No, only in
No, no,
certain.
Timmy, you're effed. Okay, you just
Yeah,
trust me on that. You're just effed.
yeah. Not in some circumstances, yes. If it's like a contract that you're both kind of have different, like if someone breached the contract, but you're saying, hey, the other one breached it, then yes, you can usually recover. But things like defamation, usually no. It depends on the state, though. I'm not sure.
Lawfare is a serious game.
Yeah, you
Well,
don't
it's
want to be
brutal.
sued for defamation.
Yeah, you don't.
It's better just delete. It
That's
sucks.
why I don't defame anybody.
Yeah,
So
or don't defame. I mean,
that's the
that's how you. That's the first
number
step to
one.
not getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm accused of defaming people sometimes. I'm like, no, it's definitely not defamation. But yeah, I mean, you get accused of it. It's kind of you have some hard decisions to make for sure.
Mhm. MT85, thank you for the $2 super chat. When is the next Gonzo? Those help with the super chat fund. It's gonna be at Watches and Wonders. Um,
Ooh.
it's gonna be fun in 2 weeks. Now just returning back here to like Pokemon and watches.
Yes.
Do you see the cards and watches differently because of your training? Does that influence
Yeah.
you? And can
Yeah.
you explain that? Yeah.
So Pokemon, I started investing in more expensive stuff far before I bought my first expensive watch.
Yeah.
And most of that was kind of because it was cool or it's art, and hey, it retains some value. I like that. But now, flash forward like 6 years, I totally see it as investment. I'm all in on Pokemon. I think it's not just this bubble or it was a bubble during COVID or I think it's its own economy really. So I do look at Pokemon more things I like, but also this is an investment. Whereas watches, typically selling Pokemon to buy watches, which is financially dumb because the thing that keeps going up, I'm selling to get something that's kind of going down in value the more I wear it. And obviously things can change, especially when you buy like a Rolex because it can get discontinued or inflation's going up so much for prices. All of a sudden you buy a watch at 20K, but now at MSRP they're 17K. So now used they're like 22. So it can kind of still rise. I know during COVID too, people definitely saw them as investments watches, but I think that's what people thought Pokemon would be. It's just this very specific set of conditions. And once it lifted, right, once we're out of the house and we're not kind of obsessed with these certain things, the economy of these things will tank. And that seemingly has happened to watches. I mean, it's held on for sure, value as it will, because it's a luxury good that's collectible. But unlike watches, Pokemon has kind of continued to uh, grow and grow insanely fast. So I do look at them differently.
Yeah, because watches, there's all these different brands, and they're all these different brands are competing, and but in reality, there's only few key brands, and in those brands, there's key pieces that are kind of investment worthy, right? It's
Yeah.
scarcity limit, kind of like Pokemon is different from watches because you have to think about it like as the entire card collecting genre, right? All these because there's not just Pokemon. There's many different other collectible cards. I would
Yeah.
say
That's a good point.
Pokemon is the Rolex of card collecting, right? Then you've got like Magic the Gathering, that's your Patek Philippe,
Yeah.
and
That's a
there's
great analogy.
right,
Yeah.
and then you got few other collectible cards, maybe some sports ones. Those are gonna be like you know your you
Like
know
AP.
like AP,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, AP, very
'Cause it's kind of
very high
trendy, but
hype,
it's yeah. Yeah. And
yeah,
then yeah, you have like Yu-Gi-Oh, you have One Piece, those can be your JLC and whatnot. But yeah, I think you're spot on. I think Pokemon's totally the Rolex.
yes.
And I think Magic being Patek is, I think that's spot on.
Because Pokemon represents $100 billion industry, right?
Yeah, it's the highest grossing media franchise. So it eats all of them for dinner. It's past Disney, it's past Sanrio, it's past Marvel, it's past yeah, it can eat all those basically for
And if
dinner.
you think about it, like how many properties does Disney control, and yet they're not even matching this one thing,
Yeah.
this one like genre, like one universe,
Yeah.
right? Disney has all these different universes. They got the Star Wars. They've got their different Disney cartoons, right? That are
Yeah.
each in its own like worlds. Pokemon is one concept, one world, and it's so powerful. So
Yeah.
many people are exposed to it. Username Mickey, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Who's in the class action lawsuit against him for the services promised and not provided? Breach of the super chat contract. Yeah, guys, let
It's
us
a
know in the
hairy
chat.
one. Yeah, yeah. Is Tim liable for that? Let us know.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
I've actually like I technically I don't have to refund the super chats, but I've done a lot of refunding to a lot of people because of their bitching and complaining. And I was just like, you know what? Like I don't do this, you know. I do the show for fun, to enjoy myself, and there's just some people that want to play like victim stuff, and I'm just really not
or they
down
think
for it.
you owe them.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And it's
Which
like,
is
dude,
like the stupidest thing. Which is the stupidest thing. Just don't do it.
yeah,
You know.
first of all, yeah, don't do it. Every super chat that you send, think about it as money gone. And second of all, like I am providing content. This show wouldn't exist without your guys' super chats to begin with.
And he's doing
But
this. And he's doing
but
this
they
daily.
know that, Tim. They know this. They're doing it for like as if this is not known. Everybody knows this. What you just said. But there's just people, they've got some mental problems, they got mental issues, and they do it just so they can kind of, you know, like just spite me or something. It's just
Well, and
weird.
you see that with YouTube, right? Because you have direct access to the creators and people can respond in real time, right? I can't, movie stars or athletes, I can't go, to Patrick Mahomes and talk crap to him, right? Maybe
Yeah.
once in a blue moon they'll respond on Twitter, but this is, you get to see people's real life, live time reactions to kind of the trolling comments. So yeah, it's going to
Collectibles.
be
I could never imagine you having any bad enemies on your stream. Never.
on Tim's stream.
No,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
on your stream. On your
oh,
stream.
and mine. No,
Yeah.
I kind of have a lot of enemies with the content I've created. I guess I've poked
There
a
you go.
nerve with my screwed up series.
There you go.
People, yeah, sometimes I'll just have opinions on things I don't think are fair or aren't disclosed correctly, and people think I'm bashing them, and I'm like, no, it's like I subscribe to them. I love the watch hobby. That's kind of why I'm pointing these things out as concerns. So
The
some people
hobby
don't see
the,
that.
the hobby needs checks and balances
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah, like everything.
dude, some of the creators, the narratives that they're creating are just insane. And look, hey, I got haters of my own. I
Yeah.
don't care. I'm doing my own thing. They wanna criticize me. That's fine. I'm perfectly
Haters
cool with
means you're
it.
doing something right. You're worth talking about, I think. So
Exactly,
keep
right?
at it.
It's
Keep
You
at
should
it.
be worried when they're not talking about you, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
nobody punches down. They're punching up. So,
Yeah. When you
you
got
know.
class actions being threatened, you're relevant. So that's good.
Yeah, that means you're poking the bear. You're.
Yeah, poke that bear. I mean, there's a lot of bears I think that need poking in
Oh
this.
yeah.
There's a lot of undisclosed things. There's a lot of people kind of just releasing the same positive content to set up future relationships and future partnerships. And I mean, I rely a lot on YouTube videos, YouTube reviews, because I don't go in person a lot. I'm kind of in like a rural area. So it's like a 2 hour drive for me to go to some of these, brands. And then you have micro brands that you can never try on and they're kind of pre orders. So having someone trustworthy tell you, hey, is this watch good or not? Should you pre order it and put your money down is, I think, vital.
You know what has happened, what I think is very disgusting is that there's a lot of YouTubers, they started out representing the customer, like reviewing different products, and then
Hmm.
slowly they built up this following, and then they got bought out. They sold out to the industry. They're getting either it could be watches, but it's happening
Yeah.
in all sectors. They sell
Yeah.
out, and now they're actually taking from two pockets. They're still pretending like they're representing the customer, but they're also being paid by by the industry. They're double dipping, and when you're double dipping, you can't be honest. It's not possible. In fact, um, I've experienced it firsthand when I've had some sponsorships in the past. I was working with a gray market dealer, and even it was close, but I was almost sponsored by Nico Leonard, the Pride and Pinion. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm glad that that deal never went through because man, Nico is a shady guy. He yeah, he told, at that time, my business partner that, he paid for a year of sponsorship. It was like a refrigerator sponsorship deal, and he
Hmm.
said, "Oh, I paid for the year," and my partner at the time said, "Yeah, it's all cool." And I was like, "What are you talking about? It was 6 months. You have to pay up again, what do you mean?" And he started calling me a liar, and we found
Hmm.
literally live stream when they made the deal, and it was 6 months. And he literally
Yeah.
said 6 months, but then he was start because he was trying to get more value out of the deal than he was supposed to. So
Squeezing the deal, squeezing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. It's
squeezing the
unfortunate.
deal, yeah. And so that
Yeah.
really cheesed me off, and I understood, like, what is this? What is this
Yeah.
bullshit? And the whole thing actually started when my partner was like creating some kind of a contract to get Nico Leonard to sign up, and he had a clause in there to, hey, if you want to sponsor Tim Wright, you can do it for 50% of the cost. It's $1,000 to sponsor him, and then 500 to sponsor me. I didn't ask him to put me there. He just did it
Yeah.
out of, without even my permission. But Nico got all pissed off about me being included there, even though that
Yeah.
was an optional. Like, hey, if you want to do it,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
the
You just
choice.
don't click the box.
Just don't
Yeah.
click the box. Yeah, but he went all ballistic on me when started like going crazy on the streams, and that's when he got himself in trouble for saying that it was actually a year contract and not the previous contract was for a year and not 6 months. So I think
Oh,
that's
I had
why
no
he's
idea
having
about
those
any of
issues.
this.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
like yeah, this is going way back.
Yeah.
Nico.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Yeah,
I,
it's crazy stuff, man.
I mean, yeah, I mean, to your point, yes, I think a lot of people start out kind of just as, hey, I want to pick up this camera and try something new and talk about something I love. And then sponsorships come and it kind of clouds your decision making. I kind of take the perspective that's fine. Like, take all the sponsorships you want, you know, partner with Christopher Ward and make your own collab watch. That's fine. But as a viewer, I don't have to love that, right? I remember my favorite brewery in San Diego, Ballast Point. They're the best beer. They won all these awards year after year after year, and then they got bought out by like Coors or whatever, one of the big two or three. I don't know if it's Miller or Coors, but bought them out, and then the beer was just never the same. And again, great for you guys, $4 billion deal. That's awesome to get bought out. You're a huge company now, but I don't have to like that and I can say I don't like it, you know? Like two things can kind of be true.
When the product changes and the person doesn't like these guys, they want to pretend like it's the same product
Yeah.
because it still has the same name. It's different
Yeah.
product. When you
Yeah,
start
it's totally different. Different
when
process, different refinery. I mean, same thing with YouTube. It's not unbiased, you know. You like I made a video on like Brit Pierce, like she kind of says, "Oh, I can't afford that," or kind of acts like, you know, she's poor, like common person. She's got like FP Jorns, multiple of them, and they, you know, they get Daytonas at their ADs. So it's like I don't know, just this kind of like acting like they're poor and not paid, and I don't know, like
her
it's
husband
just
is a space engineer.
yeah, yeah. I mean, he's
Yeah.
very successful, and that's fine. It's great to have a successful spouse. I'm trying to be more and more successful every year. But when you kind of pretend, you know, and try to give this fake illusion, again, that's fine. If you think that's going to help your channel and your career, it's done great for her so far. That's awesome. But like, I think some of us not liking that and commenting on that isn't necessarily hate. It's just, you know, pointing out something that, you know, should be pointed out.
It's anything that people say is up for kind of for response, right? You know,
Yeah.
I'm open about that. You know, the show is funded by the viewers, and I encourage people to super chat, donate via PayPal, whatever, to keep the show going. And you know, to me, I see that as because I don't put ads on my live streams. There's no if somebody watches a replay, there's no ads. They can go 3
Yeah. That's
hours,
great.
no ads. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, that's
But
very
that's
nice of
my
you.
form of an ad. When
Yeah.
I'm talking,
Yeah.
when I'm plugging the
You're
fact that
sponsoring yourself. Hey,
yeah,
I mean, if you're going to sponsor something, I think bet on yourself and sponsor yourself. I mean, that's great. And I can
exactly.
attest your content's great. I was having like huge stomach issues and I listened to your like 10-hour live while um it was coming out of both ends. So yeah, it got me through the day. So I can attest. They're good lives. Everyone should stay tuned.
Nice. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. But speaking
And
of
I'm,
Yeah.
and I'm
sponsors,
glad you're feeling better.
Oh, thank
yeah.
you. Yeah, every day's a struggle, but we're here.
Speaking of sponsors, thank you, LAJ, for
Thank you.
$5 super chat. He's from LA. Nico is a used car salesman, non-watch expert, in my opinion. Please don't ever affiliate with that. No, I'm done with like affiliates and sponsorships. And I'm glad that I went through the sponsorship phase because it allowed me to experience what it's like on a psychological level to be sponsored by someone. I'm kind of very genuine, honest person, and and I was actually sponsored by David SW, by the way. Shout out to David SW, David SW, David SW. He's actually a very good gray market dealer from Florida. Has a great website, very reputable guy. He's actually sponsored a lot of watch collector dinners in New York.
I have bought and sold from him, and he's very reputable.
Yeah, and
Extremely
Wait,
reputable.
David.
David
honest guy.
SW in Orlando, Florida. Very reputable. I
Yeah.
mean, I bought 2 Rolexes from him, and I've sold the 2 Rolexes from him.
Hmm.
He
Okay.
is really, really reputable.
But the thing is, you know, and something that I wasn't able to be honest about. I couldn't bring myself to be honest about. You know, when I was sponsored by David SW, is his prices are on the higher side. They're not very competitive. Even let's see, let's
Yeah,
look
but
at new arrival.
you can say that with 1916 and European Watch Company too. And you know who
Yeah.
I deal with at Watch
Yeah.
Aficionado, it's the
Mhm.
same thing.
You're buying the seller. I guess that's what
Yeah,
that
but
means.
well, especially on the secondary market, because you've got to be really, really careful that they're like, you know, legit watches. You
Right.
know, and
Right.
that's
And
what
I
I'm
guess
having problems when I walk down the street on 47th Street is, and do they change a part inside that's not it's not that manufacturing brand that's like a 2-year-old. or are the links? I'm not an expert on how many links a watch has or some stuff like that. Yeah, they give me all the links, little stupid things like that, but it all adds up.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh, Cosmograph Daytona.
As
Trying to see
essential,
here how much a Daytona would cost. Yeah, like look over here. 116500LN. New
Oh,
old stock. Okay. Ooh, that's the thing. He
interesting.
has really good condition. 36.8. What do you think?
For what year? 2020?
Yeah.
That's high.
yeah,
That's
a
high.
little.
It's
It's
brand
fine.
new.
You're buying the
You
stuff.
can call them and negotiate probably $3,000 down. I bet
Their
you.
wire price maybe.
Wire
No
price or
taxes.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, in LA, in Los Angeles, the Essential Watches is really reputable. I think they're on Wilshire Boulevard
Yeah.
or Sunset
And we
Boulevard.
have Bob's. I think Bob's is
No,
out here,
Bob's is
right?
really
Yeah,
reputable.
people at
Matter of fact,
Bob's.
if Mickey's still in the chat, he bought something. He's one of the community A-listers, and he bought something from
Yeah.
from Bob's just recently.
And they buy a lot of watches too, so people like just selling to them, and then you don't kind of have to do the person-to-person contact sales.
So,
Yeah.
for example, here's collectors. Collectors, that they're kind of a bottom of the barrel dealer. They're very, very cheap. They got 2023, a 3 years newer Panda Daytona for 33,000. So that is 3,000 cheaper
And
for a
3
newer
years newer.
piece. Yeah, I don't know how the condition of this. Yeah, it looks brand new. Look at that. Right, so that's 3,000 cheaper.
I mean,
Straight from
that's
the
kind of why I
website.
like buying gray market, kind of individual dealers. I mean, you take your risks there, but sometimes they're better rated and amongst peers and their business sites, and they don't have staff or overhead or a building, so you save a lot of money there too. But obviously, you're taking a higher risk.
Yeah, and like for somebody like me, when I'm recommending something, I felt like I need to recommend something really solid. So, like I knew
Yeah,
that the person was never gonna get scammed, so that's why I was like, yeah, this is safe.
yeah,
But psychologically, wow, it is interesting, the effect that it had on me as a human. How I was talking up David SW way too much. He's good, but you know, it was I'm glad I went through that experience. And the thing is, what I realized, you could either be doing the show sponsored by dealers, or you could be sponsored by the viewers. You can't do both. It
yeah,
doesn't work. Those are conflicting issues, because these two parties are at war with each other.
yeah.
Customer is not a friend of a dealer. They're on opposite side of the equation. One is
What if
trying to get
you're
as high a price as they can. The other one's trying to get as low a price as they can.
what if you're the dealer though, like Federico or like our boy Nico? I mean, I guess that's kind of where they're trying to marry the
Well,
two.
no,
So
they're
if you start
advertising their
slinging
business.
watches,
They're
yeah,
they're 100% biased. They're just advertising their
yeah,
business. You
yeah,
can't you can't believe anything they're saying. They'll say that they're the most honest person, but that's everybody will say that they're the most honest person. They're representing their business. Federico's actually his prices are fairly good, and that's his marketing, right? He can have it's actually really clever as a business to use YouTube to market your product,
Oh, it's genius. It just
right?
when it becomes a little too much,
But he's
again.
not a YouTuber. He's not an opinion. And this is the thing. This is why I do this show, right? To
Mhm.
educate people about, like, you have to compartmentalize and categorize people that you're listening to, and you have to understand what is their motivation, right? What is the
Yeah,
motivation? If somebody is working for authorized dealer, their motivation is not your best interest, right? They might kind of have some content where it's kind of like educational and stuff, But that education, how can you trust that education if they're selling authorized dealer watches or the gray market dealer watches, right? You can't really believe that. You
Yeah.
really have to listen to independent voices as much as possible, or take it with a grain of salt. You have to, as you're listening, you have to understand, oh, this at the end of the day, this person's trying to sell me watch, possibly watch that, in their stock, in their inventory. Right? Like for example, Tim Masso, his videos are great. The explanation, the
Yeah.
story, he
He's a
explains
wealth of
the
knowledge.
mechanics. Yeah,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, at the end of the video, he says, "By the way, if you want to buy this watch, da da da
Yeah.
da da."
Email us. He doesn't even say the price.
Yeah, yeah,
You
email
should
us
go find it.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's, yeah, totally spot on. Yeah. Couldn't agree with you more.
the technical stuff, how it looks on the wrist, that's great. The size, he gives you some facts. Maybe he'll overplay the narrative, but
Oh, he
um,
definitely. I mean, they're all positive, right? Why
yes,
why why is he not calling any of those a shitter? Or like Dave Bethune, like 1916 company bought that brand. I mean, they really should. If you look since they bought it, it's like featured, once a day almost. And now he's wearing one, saying he bought it for his own collection. I mean, sure,
mm.
I'm sure that's how it happened.
So
So,
so is there like a risk assessment brain that kicks in when you're buying something, or you just because
oh
you're
yeah.
not buying blindly like these guys want us to do?
Yeah, I mean, with Pokemon, I kind of used to buy blindly. Like, I would hope it would keep some value, but it was kind of to buy. But nowadays, I mean, the prices are too high, and definitely you look at luxury watches, and I mean, that's kind of why you look at hype pieces or popular brands is you don't really want to take a bath, or you buy used, but then you're taking on people's scratches, and yeah, that could be cool. They're memories, but they're not necessarily your memories. Um, so for me, if I'm buying kind of a hype piece or something overly popular, I kind of want it to be a Rolex where it's something people already recognize as kind of the king, even if us watch nerds don't necessarily see it that way. But at the end of the day, you're not going to take a bath on it. So risk assessments there, and then just knowing
Yeah,
everything could go wrong one day. So to prepare yourself
yeah.
to kind of wait out that and wait for things to recover, or have an exit strategy.
There has to be the right place, the right product. You can't just be going out there and buying everything. As much as I would like to
Oh,
recommend
it's so
people,
hard. I
you
know.
know,
It's so hard.
oh, buy what
Yeah.
you like. Whoa, just slow down. Maybe you can buy one watch that you like, because all anybody ever needs, to be honest, is just two watches, one sports and one dressy watch. That's it in reality. If you're getting more watches than that, you have to be extremely careful. I mean, unless you're like a billionaire and then you would just want to buy like $110,000 watches. Okay, yeah, those are insignificant numbers. But I mean, my job is to kind of help protect people's money and build assets and build something, um, you know, not just
Yeah.
completely waste money.
Yeah, no, it's smart. I mean, I take a maybe a more aggressive approach. Holding cash to me is a little overrated, at least in my opinion. So I don't think it's horrible. You don't want to leverage yourself and go into debt or take loans for a watch, but and you want enough spare cash if something goes wrong, you can pull it all out and pay for whatever you need to that day, or whatever ransom someone's holding you up for.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, I think it's okay. It's just you got to know you don't walk into Chopard and buy an Alpine Eagle for 30 thou and walk out and it's worth 15, or you don't go to IWC and buy an Ingenieur unless you can truly afford to take that hit.
yes,
Um, so if you're kind of, hey, I don't need as much cash in the bank because I believe in these as retaining value. And if I want to move on from them, I can, and they'll still retain most of their value. I mean, then you buy used for other brands, or you buy, Rolex used, and it'll retain some of it. So that's kind of just my thoughts, obviously.
yeah. Look, I'm building everything from zero, and the collection of watches that I've accumulated is kind of like my bank account or like my savings portfolio almost. And I'm
Yeah.
hoping in the near future to sell them off. I haven't made much profits on it, but they're product of me doing this show. So some of them I bought doing the show, some of them prior. So we can
When you get
sell
to
them.
wear them, right? Like cash,
Yeah,
like yeah, you could put it in a high yield, or you could put it into whatever Roth IRA, that you can access when you're 70.
yeah,
But I don't know, wearing money on your wrist and selling it a few years later for at or equal or sometimes more than what you bought it. I mean, it's pretty powerful use of your money, I think. If you're kind of in
yeah.
the live each day like it's its own and smell the roses, I would think wearing that on your wrist is a lot more powerful than in your bank. So
Exactly. It gives
I'm
you
with you.
like the confidence maybe, or some people feel the confidence. Like uh like you have to be really accomplished to be confident. But even then, all these people, they have something to remind them of what they achieved, whatever. And Rolex, or any watch could make somebody feel a little bit more accomplished, that they're progressing in life. When somebody, it's a classic move when somebody makes, really succeeds in business, to buy a solid gold Rolex day date.
Yeah.
Classic, classic move, classic watch, a classic kind of a reward for life of hard work.
Yeah.
So
Totally agree.
it's my it's I was thinking of, like, maybe I should trade in like three sports watches and get a gold watch. But I'm like, whoa, wait a second. That would be almost spoiling the experience of getting it during an undeserved time. So first, I'm gonna sell them off, do something, then come back. But what do you think? Like, are collectors irrational, right? Or are they
Yeah.
seeing something the rest of the market hasn't caught up to yet?
So both can be true.
Mm,
Both usually are true. I think collectors are definitely irrational, like with FOMO. I'm really at risk of this. I've fallen many a times to FOMO or fear of something being taken away and never, whether it's in Pokemon or watches. I'm very vulnerable to that, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So that's kind of where the irrational comes from. I'll speak at least with Pokemon. I think I'm early to it. I know it's been around 20 some years, but imagine, buying Apple stock. You bought it at $100 instead of $1, and you're like, damn, but I could have bought it at one, so I'm not going to buy it. But now it's thousands. So
yeah.
um, yeah, I think my weight in it. I'm not saying like when we're 80, it's still going to be worth a lot because people wouldn't have seen Disney falling off as hard as it did. But I don't think now is the time to jump ship, even if we have an economic downturn or whatever. So maybe that's my irrational speaking. But I'm definitely in it for the long run. In terms of watches, I mean, with inflation, it's hard to argue. I mean, as it keeps going up, I mean, the value of your used watches are going to go up too if they're gold or if they're, desirable sports pieces. Either one, I think they're good holds as well. But then they're getting older and kind of more worn down. So whereas you don't really have that with Pokemon.
Mm. And I also want to talk a little bit about your, like, personality, right? Stuff you mentioned to me. You're into video games, travel, animals, sports. What do you think these hobbies say about you?
Um, well, I'm generally negative because of my sports affiliations. I've no real success stories there. I'm a Chargers and a Padres fan. If anyone can relate in the chat, let us know. But it's decades of suffering.
Hey, I'm Cleveland
Uh,
Browns fan, so
yeah, you
I
know,
know I
yeah, and
know a
your
thing
your
or two
team
about
left you
losses.
too. Yeah, your
Oh,
team
hey,
left you
Ken,
too. Hey, what's
Hey
up,
guys,
Ken?
Ken.
10, Tim G,
Hey,
Welcome,
Collectibles, great to meet
welcome.
you.
man, how are you?
All
Hey,
right,
Ken, welcome to the show. Collectibles here. He's just telling us
Hi.
about what
good to
video
meet you.
games, travel, what all the
Yeah,
stuff says about him. And let him finish, and then we'll introduce just you. We'll go from
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it brief then so we can get Cloud Ken in here. But yeah, I mean, travel is important. I see that more of like a family thing to go beyond the collectibles and kind of see the real world. Sometimes I'll sell a card or whatever, and that kind of finances the trip. And it feels really bad because that's kind of money gone and you're kind of pissing it off, whereas the card could have kept going up and up and up in value. But sometimes you kind of have to make that because those memories are important, and that's if it all falls apart, you're gonna still have that. So yeah, I love travel, even though sometimes it feels like you're burning a hole kind of in your pocket doing that, but it's worth it.
Yeah, it's travel is super important. I
It is.
totally agree. Uh, because of like even my involvement in the watches, I got a chance to travel a lot, and it doesn't make sense the first time, second time, but then the more you go, the more you get to experience it. Really adds
Yeah,
up,
you
and it's
just learn more about people or things in life than you would, in years of schooling or years in, go be you can be broke, but go backpack through Europe. And I mean, I did that too as college, not much to my name, but we stayed at hostels and we learned a lot more about people than I have, working for a decade. So yeah.
nice, nice. So I don't know collectibles if you already know Ken, but he's a friend of the show, contributor, and he's actually the guy who got us into the Pokemon in the first
Us.
place.
So I watched that live. That's I think how I
Oh,
found you, Tim. I think that was one of my first lives. I know it's semi recently, but yeah, I saw Ken on there. I'm like, man, I'd love to argue with this guy about
oh, oh, come on. No, we have a lot in
he's a
common.
Nice.
modern hype lover. I think at least that's what I took away. But I'm more teasing. But very nice
Hey,
to
you know
meet you.
what? Thank you, and congrats to Collectibles for
Thank you.
the channel that you created. I mean, I have been waiting for someone to create a channel that combines all different types of alternative assets. Unfortunately, like I mean, I think the Pokemon space, the community, and the watch space are just very two separate types of personalities. So there's not a lot of
Yeah,
people doing the same, trying to combine those together. Even though I think they're very similar at the end of the day. I mean, alternative assets, right? What's the end goal is what is to diversify your portfolio, uh, get away from fiat currencies, and to have some enjoyment at the same time, right?
yeah,
Some nostalgia. So I mean, congrats. I mean, your show should blow up. I mean, you're pretty much the only guy that does it, but
yeah,
I think, hey,
yeah. It's
first
nice of you.
mover status is important. And
Yeah, I
also,
appreciate that.
what you're doing right now with the watches, right now, there's like an absolute, I mean, I think lull in the watch space right now. As far as like watch markets and the community as a whole, outside of what Tim Wright does, which is still great, but I think what you're doing right now, as far as like just giving like what they're giving you the watch community its due, right? You're telling it like it is with all these various watch YouTubers, because there's a lot of like, I mean, I met a lot of tremendous people through Tim Wright, Tim G, a ton of people, great people watching. But unfortunately, there's a lot of assholes in the watch community as well.
Yeah,
And it's just become very political. A lot of drama that I've met as well, unfortunately through Tim. But I can't fault Tim for that. But so I think it just takes a Pokemon investor, a Pokemon collector, and a Pokemon investor, and perhaps a lawyer too, to just be able to just tell it like it is in the watch community without
oh
any
man,
without
I
any
appreciate it.
without
Yeah,
any politics, without any trying to like make friends or impress people. Just tell it like it is. Just do the right thing at the end of the day. So bravo to you, man.
yeah,
Collectibles.
yeah.
Thank you.
That was incredibly nice speech. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's very nice of
Much
you. So
deserved. Much deserved.
Yeah, Cloud Can has experienced a lot of the watch community, and the kind of games that could happen between different YouTube channels, different personalities, and how these narratives could be formed. Because not everybody's doing like
I mean,
not every YouTuber is doing it for the genuine reason.
yeah, and it's not even so much the the community. I mean, it's really it's the ads as well, and all
Yeah.
these like games that they play. I mean, I'm like you, collectibles. I have two small kids, and I heard that very sad story about your son at the park. I mean, I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay now. I
you're
mean,
so nice.
very
You
very
watch. Yeah, yeah,
very
yeah.
freak
For
very
those that
freak
don't know, my
accident.
son. Yeah, my son. This kid took a scooter up on the top floor of like a slide at our park, and he launched the scooter off it while my 3-year-old son was running on the ground. So the scooter came from like 20 feet in the air, nailed my
Oh
son right on the head. He had
Yeah,
a
that's
huge goose
pretty.
egg.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say what I thought initially, but it was the scariest time of my life. And while we're at the ER for him, and he's fine by the way, but it was just really scary day for dad. But yeah, we I get a call from AP offering me a watch while I'm at the ER. But it was for the 1159
Give me
and
a
the new
goddamn
gold
break.
ones, which are outrageous. So in my head, I'm kind of like, should I do it? Should I not? Like, this would be great to set up the Royal Oak, but like, do you need to buy the offshore too? And why am I playing these games? So
You don't need to do that shit. You don't need to
right,
do that shit. You did the right thing
right,
by telling them to go shove it. I
yeah,
mean, for families like you and me, busy people, little kids, we respect the transparency of the Pokemon and cardboard markets. We don't have time to play that AD bullshit game. A lot of people love it, love the politics and playing these games.
yeah,
I'm personally sick of it. I mean, like I've been investing in collecting whatever, collecting watches, for a long time. You sound like you've gotten into it very recently. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of regret. I kind of regret buying all these freaking watches, like spending all my time. If I had started in the Pokemon space, um, since like you did, instead I've been collecting watches, I would be a goddamn millionaire with the money I spent.
yeah,
I freaking wasted on
yeah,
watches. Not wasted. I did okay, but I am happy to be out of all these games, both from the drama in the community and from the AD. And I'm just big into Pokemon right now. I mean, I am getting
yeah.
huge into.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, yeah, I should have never bought a watch. I should have put it all in Pokemon. Yeah, even I'd be in a way better position than selling off some of that. But I mean, we're all watch addicts, right? It's hard to leave the risk bare.
Yeah.
I have a little bit different stance on the authorized dealer. I, I agree. I don't think anyone should play the game, but I understand why the game exists just on a demand. It's like when, like, we talked earlier about lawyers being in high demand. I mean, I can go to my boss and ask for a raise, and they're kind of, they kind of have to accommodate because good luck finding someone. I mean, it's not always that simple. They won't give you whatever you want, but we're definitely as an attorney in kind of that negotiating benefit there. So I see why they're in the same reason. They get 4 of these a year in the store. Why should I give it to you? Why should I go chronologically? So I get that. But yeah, where I draw the strict line is people that are intentionally buying things they don't want and selling it at a loss for it, and to kind of build up that spend history, with just stuff you don't want and junk. I think that's always something that people shouldn't do and isn't great for the hobby to support dealers doing that. So although I understand why the games may exist, I agree. If you're leveraging yourself or you're doing something you're uncomfortable with, you should always say no, you know, go buy it used, even if it costs a little more.
Hey JD, welcome to the show.
Hey,
We're
JD.
interviewing
good
collectibles right
morning, good
now.
evening. Yeah, sorry, I'm only going to be on for a split second. I'm on my way to work. Just letting you know that the Amiga flagship boutique in Sydney is being taken down this morning. You can see them putting up the
Oh
black
wow.
covers over the store. It's gone. It's over.
Whoa.
Amiga's
Oh,
gone. It
that's
was a
a big
huge
deal.
store.
Wow.
Yeah, they've got a smaller store a couple of blocks away, but it's much, much smaller than what this was, which was the flagship store in Sydney. So that's all I got. I just wanted to show you that as
That's
you're taking a
that's
Thanks for
view.
huge. Thank
sharing.
you,
Yeah.
thank you, JD.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is breaking
You're on the
news.
front lines. Yeah,
Yeah.
Front
Oh my
you're out in the
lines.
God.
field.
What the
Yeah,
fuck is going on there?
yeah,
Holy
they're literally
God.
taking it
What
down.
happened was they released the master chronometer
Yeah,
without a seconds hand, and
Oh,
the
so
brand
yeah,
bad.
the brand
So bad.
imploded.
there you
Oh, they
go.
moved. Oh, they just moved. It's not
Yeah,
Well,
technically
to a
but
small
downsizing.
no,
Yeah.
location.
trust me,
Downsizing.
the other store is much, much smaller than this.
Is
This
it
was
a better
huge.
location though?
No, not really. It's only a block and a half away. It's like similar area, but this was always the premier huge store, 2 stories high with servicing upstairs. So it's all gone. I'll let you guys to it. Enjoying the Pokemon talk. Take
Oh,
care.
thank
Look
you.
after yourself. See you guys.
Bye.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you for that update, JD. Always welcome on the live stream. One of our contributors from Australia, always keeping us updated.
He's one of the
Um,
best.
So let me ask you another thing here. Do you see yourself as being very competitive by nature? Uh,
For me,
collectibles? Yeah. What do you
yeah,
think?
yeah, I'm in therapy for that.
Really?
Yeah, and you kind of have to be a lawyer, because I kind
Yeah.
of started not super competitive in law, and yeah, it's one of the very few professions where like there's a winner and a loser. Like not everyone
Yes.
can just win. There are certain parts of law where maybe you're creating a contract together so both sides can win. But generally, you're trying to get what's better for your client and what's worse for them. And then the other 95% of law is just there's one winner and one loser, and that's why there's high, drinking rates, high alcohol rates, high drug rates amongst lawyers. So part of it's that intense kind of you go to war every day, and it's kind of exhausting if you're not competitive. So you kind of have to make it about competitive, to kind of survive in that atmosphere. At least that for me. Um, and then yeah, kind of how I grew up, it was a lot of like comparing to other family members and oh, what are they doing, and some of these kind of negative habits I'm trying to walk back. But yeah, in my sports and my everything, I can be a little yeah, a little overly competitive and a little too spirited into that.
Yeah.
So maybe that carries
Competition is
over.
good. It's a great motivator, right?
Yeah,
It's just something, you have to, I guess, just control emotions so it doesn't like bring you down. You just have to think always find ways to make you stronger, lift you, motivate you to
yeah,
work harder.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're
and
competitive for the right reasons, right? Like what you're
yeah,
saying, you're not necessarily trying to put others down and be better than them, you're just
right.
trying to be better, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly. You're representing your clients. You want to make sure that they win, and you need to know how to use those competitive emotions to kind of to win. But then if you don't win, you don't have to feel bad about it. You just have to use that energy again to do better next time.
yeah,
Work harder. Use it as motivation. Yeah, and I think like most men are competitive, right? Like that's what men are in nature. Where we live in society right now, but that's modern invention. This whole
yeah.
constitution and stuff and human rights, like that's not. I
It's
don't think
bullshit.
that's. Yeah, it's bullshit. That's
Yeah,
we're not yet like we're animals
yeah,
actually,
definitely.
and the emotions that those are our animal instincts, animal parts, right? And competition is good. It's good for everybody. Just don't have to feel down. When you don't win. Do you feel like you collect to win, or is it to enjoy?
So part of the reason I actually started my channel was I felt bad or guilty. Like I have a few friends in Pokemon, a few friends maybe in watches, but I didn't have like I got tired of showing them all my cool stuff, as if it was bragging, because that wasn't my point. It's just like my wife doesn't care. Like I need someone to show my crap to. My
Yeah.
mom's not going to be proud of my Pokemon collection. Um, so I wanted friends or people to talk to that wasn't this like public forum with my name all over it. So yeah, I would, I like having a cool collection and the best collection. Um, Anytime someone upsets me, I'm like, well, their Pokemon collection probably sucks. So, all these commenters in the chat, if they're negative, just know they don't have as cool a collection as you. But no, I mean, yeah, it's something for balance, right?
It's kind of both, right? A little bit for enjoyment. You enjoy because Pokemon, like for those who don't know, it is an interesting like it is actually a very interesting video game. I could actually I bought the latest one. I haven't had a chance to install it. That's kind of the sucky thing about trying to succeed in this career, that there's no time for goddamn
Yeah. You
anything.
got to make sacrifices. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, and like I have got the system right here,
Yeah,
right?
which game was it? Was it Pokopia or like
Yeah, I
Fire
got the
Red?
Pokopia.
It's great. It's yeah. You
Yeah,
should just live stream it. Make it combine the hobbies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan.
You
I'm
can
gonna work
invite
it out.
viewers to whatever join you. Maybe be cool.
Probably would have to do a different channel for the game. I want to do actually a gaming channel and do 2 live streams.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's plugged in into the system. I haven't turned on the system even yet
Yeah.
with the game in it. I
So I
thought I
kind
was
of
go
fell. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying like I thought I was gonna play it on the flight to Miami, and it's just yeah, it never happened. Didn't even bring the system.
Yeah, I
But
I kind of fell out of love with Pokemon games recently because it was kind of the same
Mhm.
formula. Like you
Yeah,
get a Pokemon, you raise it up, you battle. But I mean, this game is revolutionary. This game
class.
is a
Oh,
180. It's a totally
I
different.
heard it was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's next level. It's. I think you'll like it a lot. But yeah, it's very. You could spend 100 hours in it, and not all of us have
oh
100
man.
hours. So
So new channel, Tim Wright Gaming channel coming
yeah,
soon.
I'll subscribe. I'll be your first.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
go!
Gaming, cardboard,
Hell yeah, hell yeah!
Dungeons and
Ken,
Dragons.
you got you guys have
Yeah,
kids.
you could do. You could
And both
do.
of you actually, you guys have kids. Are you going to introduce your kids to Pokemon game, and which is gonna be the first game that you're gonna introduce
I
your
mean,
kids to, if you haven't yet?
yeah, video games. Yeah, I mean, I only played the first one, red Pokemon Red Blue for Game Boy when it came out. I didn't play any other ones. So, I mean, my issue is like I grew up a Magic the Gathering player and collector. That was the stuff in my day. I mean, which is like, I mean, Magic. I think of Magic the Gathering as like the Omega of cardboard. Well, we'll get. I mean, since
We called it
someone brought
Patek.
us it.
But
Yeah,
We called
someone
it
brought it.
Patek earlier.
Right now, it's more like Omega. We can get into more of that, but I
oh,
consider Magic the more like the Omega of cardboard, and
That's
Pokemon is
funny.
like the Rolex of cardboard. But so,
Right
but
on.
I only got. I mean, unfortunately, like when Pokemon came out as a card game, I was already kind of like grown out of. I was already like a teenager. I was already kind of grown out of cardboard. But I did play the video game. Yeah, I mean, I already tried getting some of my kids into the cards. I haven't really ripped anything with them yet. They don't understand. They don't know yet. But yeah, I'll eventually like try the Game Boy game first, like just the old school game if they're interested.
nice.
Yeah, and
What
for
about
me
you?
on the Switch one, they have like Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. And it's basically the original like yellow version. So there's blue and red, but then they made yellow, which is kind of the same thing except Pikachu follows you. So the Switch version, you actually throw the Pokeball. Like you take the controller and you throw it at the screen like you're throwing the Pokeball at the Pokemon, and you could ride the Pokemon and stuff, have them follow behind you, and then it's in better graphics. So I think Cloud Ken, I think his idea is great. But me knowing the limitations maybe of my children, I think that one might be more kid user friendly. So I'll
Yeah,
probably go
yeah,
with one of those. Though the original, I mean, that's what I started on, so that would
Mhm.
warm my heart if they
yeah,
started on red or blue as well.
That would be really cool, actually. Get them Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance, maybe Game Boy Advance,
The
and then the
SP.
remake. Yeah, or the
SP's got the
SP.
built-in light. I mean, unless you buy like a modded, they make like modded the old school ones with like LED screens and stuff. It's pretty cool off Etsy.
Yeah, that is some cool stuff. They might not appreciate it immediately, but I think it's something really cool to experience for the first time. It's
Yeah,
iconic. It's like playing chess. People never get they never get tired of playing chess. So I
yeah, I
think
love chess. It's a good
yeah,
game. If you
yeah,
can
yeah,
find
right.
someone who knows how to play, yeah.
Mm. And so when did you realize that Pokemon cards weren't just toys, that they were assets?
Um, so a couple times. So when COVID struck, there was a big panic, right? People started selling off things like in the initial few days because they thought this is it. The
Yeah.
economy's about to implode. Everything's going to be valueless. And my fiance, her family was in town, so my in-laws, and I had to like fake going to the bathroom to buy this set because it was my own money still. We weren't married yet, but we were kind of at the stage where we were kind of telling each other about bigger purchases. So yeah, I bought this $600 set. It was 5 different cards for $600. Um, And since I did that, it has continued to explode. And to this day, it's worth like 60 grand for those same 5 cards. Um, so that
Wow.
leading up to that, so once it became like 5 grand, that's when I really was like, holy crap, this is real. And I somewhat have an idea of an eye to what to look for maybe. And then when COVID happened, Logan Paul did this like booster box break. So you have a mega billionaire, 500 millionaire. I don't really know what he is, but close to a billionaire. Um, ripping Pokemon cards and making money off it, and then the whole economy just went insane with Pokemon, and prices doubled. So then I'm like, okay, this is real. I see it as an investment or something that'll hold value. And then Pokemon released an online for the phone app, not just Pokemon Go, but they released a new one, Pokemon Pocket. And it's basically a digital, like you can rip 2 packs a day and open them and actually play and trade and stuff. And that sent the Pokemon hysteria even higher. So that's a huge reason we're having the current hysteria. So when the COVID bubble ended and Pokemon kind of took a little dip for a year, but then all it took was this like cheesy little phone app, and now it's exploding 10 times harder than it did during COVID. I think we're early. I think we're at Apple, in the early days of the stocks. That's how I see it.
Yeah, everything took a dip
Downloading it
after
now.
COVID, especially watches.
Yeah, because people went out. People were, going back to work and
Yeah,
making
I mean,
money back and rebuilding
yeah.
things.
I mean, macro is going to macro, but I mean, you look at all the assets right now. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find something that's not as good as Pokemon growth right now. I mean, okay, if you guys deal in oil futures, fine. You want to play that game, but I can't think of too many assets right now as good as Pokemon, especially this year.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple financial articles coming out from very reputable, journals, and they're saying it's outperforming the S&P 500. And
S&P's down. S&P is down. Interest rates are up. Trump says something. You lost 10% of your portfolio right there. I mean,
yeah. So Pokemon can take dips too, but currently, I mean, if you look in the last 10 years, like since I started collecting much more hardcore, I mean, it's unbelievable what this stuff became worth. I mean, just on a like macro level, everything kind of going up. I just wish I'd go back and buy so much more.
Yeah, I wish I started earlier too. I mean, unfortunately, I only been doing this for like less than 6 months. Unfortunately, you're
in the boom time.
I'm still, I started at a bad time. I'm still learning. Unfortunately, I got Tim. I got Tim hooked on this stuff too, and this mess, unfortunately, too. Tim. But yeah, I mean, I don't even really know what I'm doing. I might not even know what I'm doing, to be perfectly honest. But I mean, I'll tell you what I mean. I'm approaching Pokemon investing very similar to how I approach watch investing. All right. So I mean, so what I got, I mean, and the way that I see it is that right now, there's a Pokemon boom, just like there was like a watch boom, years ago, but it could end one of these days. It could. All types of collectibles, alternative assets can be very, very cyclical. Especially you talk about luxury collectibles, pop culture collectibles. So I am going big right now, but I'm also taking a measured approach just based on what I've seen with Pokemon in the past, the data that I've analyzed, and also with what's happened with watches in the recent future. So the way I approach watch investing, and folks hate me because of this. Believe me, I got much more haters than you collectibles. But the way that I collect Rolexes are like I focused on just Rolex pretty much, maybe a Tudor here and there, but focused on stainless steel and not just Rolex stainless steel. I even think that's a mistake too. Just Rolex stainless steel. I mean, I feel the right way. No, at least my way of doing it, and I won't say the right way, but like my way of doing it is focus on stainless steel Daytona, stainless steel Submariner, and GMT. So those are your prime products. Everything else, Yeah,
Land, air, and sea.
yeah, land, air, and sea. Those are the ones that have still hold their that still held their value.
Say that one more time. You just went past me. Sorry about that.
So I always believed. Forget about watch collecting and wearing all that stuff. All right, I'm just talking about investing. All right. Stainless steel Daytonas, stainless steel Submariners, and stainless steel GMT. Those are your big three in the Rolex space. Everything else, you're probably going to lose money these days, especially if you buy from an AD. You're probably going to lose money, especially gold. No golds. I mean, you can have a few golds for here and there, for like just to like have a little bit of beta in your portfolio. But I mean, that's the way that I approached collecting Rolex, right? Just get all this product, hoard all this product, not hoard, but just have multiples of product as well. I mean, I'm okay with that as well. So that's kind of like the approach that I'm taking to Pokemon investing. All right, it's with sealed product. I don't open them. I honestly don't even know how to. I don't even know how to play the game. Unfortunately, maybe I'll get there one day.
I'll teach you.
I agree with you on the Rolex. If it's a sealed product with Pokemon, how do you know what's inside?
Doesn't matter. All right, that's the whole point. All right, that's why I'll answer your question, Tim. But the way that I think, I believe Pokemon is the same way as with watches, in that diversity is not your best friend. When it comes, I know that's a bad thing to say in a lot of, but I know people love diversity in watches, but I believe in watch investing and cardboard investing. I'm not sure diversity is your best thing when collecting sealed product. So what I'm doing is
you can say that pretty much with stocks too. I mean, they taught me at a fancy business school that you should diversify your portfolio, and if you have 18 stocks or more, that your beta goes down. But you're better off putting your money, say, in one stock, and
if you know what you're doing,
and going for broke.
I mean, that's what Warren Buffett did. I mean, I think Warren Buffett only keeps a very small
Coca-Cola and some solid. But I mean, like today, you could put it in, I don't know, Tesla or something. And if it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, it goes up. And you're going to either make a lot more money or you're going to lose a lot more money. Or just put it in Microsoft or Meta or something like that, since they just got sued. So it's one of those type of things. And some people believe in that one stock theory or three stock theory, and you make money.
I mean, that's kind of me. What you're doing. I have 0 stocks. It's all Pokemon and watches, pretty much.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I don't see a point to stocks.
How do you sell Pokemon though? It's not like there's an AD or a dealership like around the corner, is there?
Oh, there is. There are plenty of dealers. Go to your local gaming store. I'm sure they'll buy product. You'd be surprised. I mean, you'd be surprised at what the margins are. All right, you try to sell a Rolex at your local whatever dealer. You're probably going to get less of a margin, or they're going to probably take more of a margin for Rolex than they do for good sealed product in Pokemon.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know.
It's totally true. There's consignment companies that'll sell your stuff. It's at auction, so you take a risk. But watches are never really auctioned. Pokemon is all the time. It's a different buying culture.
So where do they auction? Where do they auction? What's
eBay?
Oh, eBay. Got it.
eBay's
huge. There's many ways to sell. I mean, eBay, TCG, online, Facebook Marketplace. You can go to a card show. Yeah. There's plenty of demand for Pokemon market. Just like I mean, much more than watches. Obviously, we're talking about the lipstick economy right here. We're not talking about people that can afford $10,000, $20,000, whatever. Watches. We're talking about just a few $100 here and there, if you want to look at it. But there's also ways to liquidate at bulk as well. So it's very liquid.
Where is the next Pokemon convention, and where is it?
I mean, they're all over the place. I mean, I just went to one a couple of weeks ago. Took my kid, had a great time.
Where was it?
It was at a community college in my neighborhood. I mean, but there's plenty ones. They pop up all the time.
Is there a big one every year, like in Las Vegas or something like that, or Chicago?
I'm sure there is. Yeah, I'm sure
most states have I mean,
Yeah,
there's
there we go.
Comic Cons, but those aren't Pokemon centered. There's usually trading card shows happening all the time. Like I think there's one in North Carolina soon or something. But
Yeah.
it's monthly, if not bi-monthly. I think they're called Collecticons, are like the
Yeah.
biggest ones.
Yeah, so collectibles, I am currently approaching my Pokemon investing just like how I did with watches. I believe not every Pokemon set was worth investing in. I know right now everything is a boom, just like
Yeah.
watches were a boom, everything went up, but a lot of stuff is very high. Destined Rivals, Phantasmal Flames. I mean, that stuff, a lot of that stuff, I mean, it might keep going up, but look, if something happens, I think those sets could be the first to fall. It's the better specialized sets that I'm looking at right here. Unfortunately, I didn't start. I started late, so I didn't get much into 151. But I'm going heavy, and I just picked this up right now. I mean,
Great.
Tim, I told you I was at GameStop. That's why I joined late. I was at GameStop. I just picked up a lot of this crap right now from GameStop.
Great.
Whoa.
Congrats.
So I am going big into these two sets, Prismatic Evolutions and Ascended Heroes. Right,
I like the
these.
tissue
All right,
paper in between.
yeah, because yeah. So
Jerk off chair.
what? Yeah. That's the yeah. No, I use toilet paper for the next one. But all right. But what I mean, because I believe that once there could be a downturn in Pokemon, and just like with everything else, but it'll be the stronger models that will hold up if there is a downturn. Like this stuff. I mean the Destined Rivals, the Phantasmal Flames. Perfect. I mean, everything's trading up. It could very well trade down. So I believe in just as more of a safer play. I believe just like investing in the better watch models, it's better to invest in the better Pokemon sets. And to answer your question, Tim G, it makes sense. Sealed product, like I think what Collectibles does a lot of as well is investing in graded slab products. Like Tim has a few like actual like cards, open cards, that sort of thing, slabs, get them graded, that sort of thing. I mean,
I've
I
seen
believe
one of
more.
those.
Yeah, I mean that's all great. That has huge gains and growth returns, but the way I approach sealed product is that it is a deflationary asset, right? And that's something that watches can't replicate, right? So watches, Rolex makes whatever 1.4, whatever. There's always there's an ever growing supply of Daytonas, GMTs, and stuff. Even though there's always demand, but there comes a point. There could come a point where there's just too much of this shit out there. Everyone has like 20 Daytona, whatever, 20 GMTs, that sort of thing, at some point, right? But sealed Pokemon, the idea is that if the product is constantly being open, which it is, there's less and less of the sealed product out there, which makes it a lower growth product longer term than some of the actual cards, but it's also a safer product in the longer run over time. So time is your friend when it comes to sealed product.
Yeah,
Especially
go ahead, Tim.
No, I was just gonna say, especially for the really popular sets that capture like the people's imagination, and those two sets, I believe, they're standouts because they're the ones that really made a cultural impact in social media right now. Right? They're like the really top. That's like those are like the Daytonas. This right there, that's probably Daytona and the GMT Master 2 of the two sets. Obviously, the vintage ones are the they're like the Bakelite Pepsi. Impossible to get. But yeah, sorry, cool. You were gonna
Yeah,
comment.
no, I mean, I think that was spot on. That was great analysis. Sorry, that
You
was a lot
was
to unpack. Yes,
was there
yeah, go ahead.
was there a moment where you guys said this is serious money right now? Because there's um like I have a couple of cards over here you guys mentioned, and I think the way I would recommend kind of having fun with it. Like people don't have to go into hardcore collecting. Um, I think I think everybody could get into Pokemon, um, if their approach is right, and then it can help them test out the waters in certain way. And there's a possibility of some type of a future in it. But this is a great. I think Pokemon is a great. This is a great cultural moment because it's so big right now. I would actually recommend that as a great thoughtful gift to someone. You know, this card was gifted to me because one of my viewers said that this is that I reminded them of Snorlax, and I thought, wow, what a thoughtful, cool thing to give to someone as a gift. I then went out and actually got this card with a
Very
bird
Yep.
because there's somebody that I know who this card really reminds me of. Their voice sounds like the bird on this card to me if they were talking. So
It's funny.
someday, you know, if I run into them, I would love to give him this card, and I think he would appreciate it. You could put it somewhere on the shelf there, and it could be like a cool reminder of like, hey, you know, this was a gift from somebody during the times and it's a way that people could participate in the hobby, kind of test waters in the hobby, and not necessarily go, you know, into heavy kind of investment because there's so many of these more affordable cards, especially if they're PSA graded. And there's also a way to do it, like you know, obviously everybody wants to get like PSA 10 because those cards are in a pristine condition. But you can go for lower numbers, especially when they mean something. Like I was born on the 3rd, right? Giving
Yeah.
somebody a
PS3.
PSA 3 card that I look like. You know, those were extremely affordable, and maybe they're not gonna be like investments in the long term, but it's something cool to have because it's got my birth number on
Yeah.
it. It's cool way to. It's kind of like getting a birth year watch, right? You
Yeah.
can give somebody a birth year Pokemon card, and there's some Pokemon cards from the year. There's a lot of kids. I mean, it's
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good
the
point.
Pokemon is 30 years old right now. So you can go and you can find a Pokemon card from the year somebody was born, 1990, you know, somebody who was born like 2000s. You can get them a Pokemon with their as old as they are.
Yep.
And especially if they kind of look like that Pokemon, that's a great way, you know, a thoughtful way of get somebody engaged in the hobby.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. They also, um, this is a real life card. It's Blank's Pikachu. So back in the this is a re-release. They re-released it for the 25th
So
anniversary.
cute.
But used to, like, I don't know, you get a magazine or something from Pokemon when it was your birthday, and you would write, like, you'd write Tim's birthday or Tim's Pikachu,
Wow.
and you give it to them on their birthday. So it has like a cake and he's celebrating. And I used to give this to my friends for their birthday. Now the card's a little, you got to be a close friend because these have shot up as well. But
It says $6 there. How much does the card like that cost today?
it's like 30 something. It's not going to break the bank, but I mean,
Yeah.
when you talk, what is that? I'm not good with math. Someone help me out, but that's a
Dude, you're
couple
going
hundred
to
percent.
somebody's birthday. What a fucking cool way to celebrate, right? Giving
Yeah.
them a Pokemon card that you wrote their name in, right? Especially with some
Or
nice pen or
might
pen.
offend some people writing on the card. But yeah, I mean that's how it's meant. That's how it's meant to right. Watches are meant to be worn, right? So yes,
Yeah.
it's
No,
cool.
look, there's stuff that you can invest in, and like Cloud Ken is showed us. There's a fuckers. I'm getting a spam phone call here. How do I block this? Block. There we go. Uh, you know, you can invest it or you can have kind of fun with it. And then if this is something is somebody's interested in it, they could, you know, they could pursue it further. But I see these two. as incredible gifts, very thoughtful gifts.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I was then gifted these two by a
Good
new
gifts.
yeah, right. And then get this, we walk into a Pokemon a card store, and they had the Charizard. It
Let's
fucking cost
go.
me $175, but I had to buy it to complete the set. I'm getting a frame now. I'm gonna put these together in the frame and just have it on the wall like a cool piece of art.
Wow.
When did you buy that for 100? I wonder if it's gone up.
175. I bought it last week or
Oh,
like 2
okay.
weeks ago.
Well, you
Live
should
on the
monitor it for a few weeks. See if that was a good investment.
I was told it was in the played condition. It's not like it's not minty. There's a little bit. It's like, it is good condition, but they were advertising it as not a perfect condition.
Oh, that's good. That's
There's a
honorable.
little chip on the top. It's not. I'm not gonna like get it graded or anything.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's
but yeah.
sentimental now, right? It goes with the other gifts.
Yeah, exactly. It's all part. I think these are great gifts, great art, kind of way, kind of like you can give somebody a watch, not like a serious watch, or like giving somebody a strap for their wristwatch. This falls into that similar category. And the person doesn't even have to be a collector. They don't even have to know anything necessarily about Pokemon at all. Right? They don't need to know, oh, hey, shout out to the guy who gifted it the cards to me. No fold. Shout out to No
Hey,
Fold.
thank you, Noful. You started his new addiction. He's got a whole new hobby now. All because of
Well, I
you.
think it was Cloud Ken who started it, but he
Okay.
really got me
Both of
hooked
you.
into it. Really sunk the teeth
Cloud
in.
Ken, the Cloud Ken definitely got you started big time.
Oh man, my mistake, man. This
No,
stuff is
big
very
credit.
addicting.
Big credit.
I mean, it's a good hobby. It'll for sure take a dip, and probably a pretty big one. But it's a matter of when. Does everything double first? Does your 175 card become $300, and then we take a little dip? And for how long? So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
a dip will come. So
Yeah,
don't
well, I
happen.
think it's interesting. I mean, that's this is why I think if watch collectors ever got into the Pokemon space, I mean, there could be a lot of damage done. I mean because like it's about holding for the long term. There could be dips, but over the long term, the idea is if it goes high. I mean, right now, most of the Pokemon collectors, from what I've seen, they're not as focused on like holding stuff long term. Like they want to wait outside online, Best Buy, Target, and flip it quick, or create a bot so you can get a lot of your shit at retail and just and scalp and make your margins that way. I think
So
yeah.
So let's talk serious business right now. If I gave you $50,000 today, are you putting it into Pokemon cards confidently?
Yeah, I actually did this. I put 30 grand into it in November.
Yeah.
Maybe it was December. So yeah, yes.
Oh, you would
I mean,
do it.
maybe you'd like to save
Yeah.
20 and put 30 in.
Maybe put
would
30.
maybe what
You
I
would
do.
say 30 is a good number to put in.
If you have 50, put 50. I mean,
If you have
I'm all
50,
in.
put 50.
Maybe right now everything's high, so I'd be
Yeah.
careful. But if you're
What
buying
would
rare
what
and
would you be
scarce,
putting it in? Would you be putting like Cloud Can? This is an interesting strategy because like what I think Tim G was asking, like, what's the difference between open stuff and unopened, right? When you
yeah,
open it, you already know its value. Its value could be determined. Whereas unopened said that's an undetermined value. It could be what's inside could be either worth a lot or could be worth nothing. But as it's unopened in its unopened state, it's worth more potentially.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
No,
like an unworn watch, guys. It's worth
yeah, with
more,
stickers.
right?
It's
Just
like
because it's
having
not.
stickers
Yeah,
on it.
exactly. Yeah, fresh, right? Not fresh, but yeah.
But there are certain cards that do not come in packs or boxes or whatever. So really,
Really?
if you want to talk about something that could, completely skyrocket, it's those. It's the sealed stuff will go up and it'll feel like skyrocketing. But if you want something that truly can go, so like this is what I was talking about, the big, take you guys on a little mini tour. I
Mhm.
don't know if I can do this good. Or do you have the picture of these ones, Tim?
Let
Uh,
me I don't
I'm
think I
not
have a
doing it.
picture.
I know I'm
No.
kind of putting you on the spot. Let me reverse the. Hi guys. Uh, okay, maybe if I do this, that's smarter. So these were given away at a museum in Japan. So five,
Van Gogh Pikachu? No, it's not
yes,
that.
Van Gogh. So is a art collaboration with museums to recreate the Scream artwork from Van Gogh. And so five different museums, the Scream painting was traveling to each one in Japan. So they gave these promos away, which look like art, kind of mini art.
Wow.
And so you can't get that out of a pack. You can't buy it. You had to be there in that event. And same with this, actually. This is an uncut sheet. So this is what they look like at the factory. Um,
Wow.
they look like
Wow.
a big slab, and then they take, razors or whatever, automatic, um, blades, and they cut it
Wow.
down the center of each of these yellow. So you can't go to the store and buy this. They were given away at KB Toys to like 100 winners or something. So you could buy it used, obviously, off someone. But those things are kind of niche, and not the Van Gogh ones. Those are pretty mainstream now. But certain things are kind of niche and maybe underappreciated a while, but you can't buy them in a box. So they have potential to just, you know, that's a house. You know what I mean? Kind of like
Wow.
a Rolex, right? Like you have the Hulk and no one wants it, and then all of a sudden it's discontinued, and now it's a $20,000 watch, even in the kind of the low market era of watches. And I think what was it, 40,000 during COVID, maybe 50.
Yeah.
I know Bruce Williams made
30s.
a
30s.
30s,
Yeah.
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 So
30s.
yeah, I mean, yeah, there's all types of potential. You can in cloud. He's buying kind of your Rolex stuff, right? Like the sealed product and modern product. That's kind of your Rolex, um, pretty stable, pretty good opportunity to watch it grow. They're producing a lot of modern stuff though, so the older you can get, you're going to get more into rarity and scarcity. And sometimes the
Sure.
worst performing sets are actually the most expensive because no one bought it, so they didn't make a second print run. They didn't make more of it. So Cloud's correct. He is too hyper popular. He's got two Daytonas behind him. Um, but sometimes there's a lot of Daytonas on the market. There aren't, crappy tropical dials that people saw as damaged and now are super coveted. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways the market could go. It's kind of a
So
guessing game.
what separates a $50 card from a $50,000 card?
So, popularity. So, usually it has to have a good Pokemon on it. Good Pokemon isn't popular. So, these are your Pikachus, your Charizards, Umbreon, Mewtwo, Mew, Gengar is huge. And then
It's
usually
like a
rarity.
story behind it, right? Like the story of the Pokemon, right? Like yeah, the popular Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah, so popular IPs. Each Pokemon every couple of years comes out with a new set of Pokemon, so another 100 or so Pokemon. There's like 1,008 nowadays. Um, so each set will kind of have its popular ones in it. There'll be a few from each set that are very popular,
Mhm.
but generally it's the original set. Those are going to have the most kind of hyped up Pokemon. And so if you want a safer your Rolex investment, you would go for one of these Pokemon. You would try to find something either hyper popular that is super in demand and you see going up, or something rare. I mean, ideally both. You would find it in a kind of rarity plus popular state.
Rare, popular, condition,
Yeah, conditions key. Not
condition.
always, like popularity and rarity can overcome condition, but yeah, like his box is behind him, right? If one has a scuff in it, maybe that drops them 10-20 bucks now, but in the future if those are worth a grand each instead of 100,
Yeah.
that scuff, it might cost them 500 bucks. So condition, and that's why sealed, what he's doing is hard. It's the smartest way arguably, but keeping 1,000 of those in your house is difficult, and that's what I ran into as a earlier Pokemon collector. I just couldn't do it. I had to make decisions.
Yeah, buying it at scale and storing it at scale is something I'll have to. I'll probably run into that issue as well
Yeah.
sometime. Like I'll have to figure out a way, just like consolidating your watch collections of like 20 or 30 shitters into like maybe 5 or so really worthwhile models.
Heavy
That,
hitters.
that's
Yeah.
that's probably what I'll need to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm just starting out small. I'm just like I spent probably. I mean, I probably spent like less than 10, 15K, less, around 10K for the sealed product that I've gotten so far. Unfortunately, I invested a lot into Magic the Gathering last year. I bought a lot of Spider-Man, which I'm glad Tim didn't listen to me. Then
Hey, that's
when I
gonna
lost,
come up.
yeah,
Give it
yeah, I lost
time.
a
Let
lot.
it
I lost
mature.
a lot. Oh my god, I lost a lot on fucking Spider-Man. I mean that.
No,
I mean,
stay
if you want,
faithful. You and
if you want
Rudy.
to talk, if you want to talk about Omega and fucking garbage, that's what Magic the Gathering Spider-Man is. And unfortunately, I like this shit. Like I grew up with Magic cards, and I grew up with Marvel cards. So unfortunately, I'm probably gonna make the same mistake and buy some of Marvel superheroes Magic the Gathering as well.
Maybe when they
That
make.
Spider-Man set's a sleeper. So, go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
maybe it's a sleeper. It's kind of like you never know. But now that it dipped down, maybe more people will open them up, and if you keep yours sealed,
I mean,
it
maybe yeah. Maybe it's like maybe it might go up one day, but it's like it'll be like a broken clock being right, twice a day.
it's
That
a
sort of thing.
long
Yeah,
hold. You'll have
yeah,
to wait
yeah,
for
yeah,
20 years.
yeah. I don't know, but the Magic community, is driven by the players first and foremost. I've learned, and not so
Yeah.
much about the product or the brand itself. Whereas Pokemon, it's the opposite. It's driven entirely by like the investment and the brand and the product. With the Magic, it's more functional.
See, they're different. They're different companies, right?
Well,
Yeah,
Magic is owned by Wizards of the Coast, right? And that's
so was Pokemon. Well, it's produced by, not owned, but
but
produced.
the IP is owned. So I
Yeah.
think the Pokemon, they decide kind of how many and what sets they're gonna work with, right? They have the final say, even though it's manufactured. Yeah,
yeah,
Well,
yeah. Pokemon is like Rolex.
yeah, they're
They're not
independent.
charitable over it. They're not charitable. They're not charity, but they are a independent company. Nintendo owns some of it, a little bit, but they can call their own shots. They don't have to answer the shareholders. They don't have to be like I mean they're sometimes they're stronger than Rolex. They don't have to deal with all the ADs and their games and bullshit. They could pretty much just manage their brand, manage their product, however it's best for the long term and the current term
How
balance.
much how much of the market do you guys think is emotional or versus rational?
well, I have some feedback on that. So I think like 65 to 70% of Pokemon's huge net worth is merchandise. So it's your plushies, it's your keychains, it's your binders, it's your stuff. It's not actually the cards or the video games. Those are actually pretty small sectors. But on the secondary market, it's all the cards. It's really none of the video games, none of the merchandise. So I don't know how to answer your question. Maybe Claude can, but that's something I found was very interesting and why I think it's having such sustainable growth
Yeah,
because they're getting them at
it's
the
this.
merchandise level,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it's nostalgia for older guys like me. It's emotional for younger collectors, kids. Supposed to be a kids game. Unfortunately, it's really gotten far ahead of itself right now. But yeah, there's emotion. I mean, that's the whole point of collectibles and a lot of these like alt assets, right? Watches, right. There has to be a demand, an emotion, a limited supply to it.
And
yeah, and
Wild Watch Productions say, "Oh, it's all emotional. It's a cartoon card game." But it's like it it, it is a large part of it is staying on people's radar. The fact that they're manufacturing all of these products it means that they're staying on people's minds. They keep getting reminded of this product over and over. And if the game gets more competitive, which is, I think it already is pretty competitive, right? There's tournaments, people play it
Yeah.
for. Is there some serious money involved in like winning a tournament? They're professional players, I believe. No.
There are, but it's not very. You win like two booster boxes, you know,
Oh,
like
that's
you're winning kind of product more. But then people get
true.
sponsored, so they'll have a YouTube channel and they'll
Yes.
teach you which decks and how to organize them to play good. And then it's those sponsors in those tournaments that are kind of fueling their careers.
You think it will ever go kind of professional in the way like we've got the NFL, where it's would it be something that's very entertaining to watch if people played on like a live show?
So they do stream it every year at Worlds. They have a huge tournament, and then they'll stream some other smaller tournaments throughout the year. So it's a big. There's a lot of players, not like Magic. Magic definitely dominates that.
Uh huh.
Um, if they were to increase the prizes, I think then everyone would stop collecting and they'd start learning how to play. But that's going to take Pokemon to give out bigger prizes. I think if you held a tournament saying winner gets $1 million, I
Yeah.
think you're going to see a lot of these investor bros turn into player bros, and the shift could definitely, a small shift at least, could happen.
If there was a way to kind of partner up with Pokemon, it'll take somebody. I think there's opportunity. Somebody like Jake Paul could actually create a league, right? Because he's got already such a big name in it. He's doing
Yeah,
boxing, right? But dude, I could see him easily creating a league for Pokemon with a prize. Unfortunately,
yeah,
he's like, he's been involved in so much
degenerate.
drama. Yeah, would it be
Including Pokemon.
legitimate? Yeah,
He's allegedly scammed Pokemon community too. He created Liquid Marketplace, which was
yeah,
supposed to be this thing like a Rolex. You could buy 1% of this watch, and as it once it sells, if you're it goes up 5 grand, you'd get 1% of that
yeah.
profit. So he was doing that with Pokemon cards, and then it ended up being a scam. But he still sold the card and made all the profit and
Oh,
didn't.
they were doing that with art first, and then I
Yeah,
guess it was the
yeah. So that
EFT.
was his thought. Yeah, you
Okay.
turn it into collectibles, and yeah,
You know, these guys wasting all their time creating something such bullshit instead of creating something real. There's a real possibility for a true league here to be with because $100 billion uh kind of business. I think, and there's so many fans. I think there's a way to make it big.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. They could go so much
let's talk a
crazier.
little bit about education. I want to educate our viewers a little bit. Maybe you guys can help me out. So, like, if someone watching right now wants to get into Pokemon seriously, where do they start?
Are you in for investing or
Yeah,
collecting or both? How about
yeah,
both?
collecting, investing, collector investing. Maybe let's start maybe with like collecting. Where did they start with collecting, and how could they possibly transition from collecting into investing?
So I'll start, Ken, if that's okay. There's an app called Collector, uh, but it's TR, so collect and then R, and
Collector.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
Collector, and it. So think of it like an app that tracks your stocks, right? With the little bar, stock going up and down. It does that for every single individual card, free.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Wow.
So you could type in there. Yep,
Is it this one?
yep, that one. Yep,
That's the one,
that's
right? The white
correct.
white
Yeah,
white
with the
logo.
white C.
Uh-huh.
So you could just type Charizard and you'll see every single Charizard, at least that's in the system. It may not be perfect, but it's 99% there. And you
Wow.
see the value of it. You'll see all the different variants. So if you're looking to collect, figure out what your favorite Pokemon is, type it in there. And same with investment. You want to
It's like
see,
they're yeah, it's like your Chrono
yeah,
24
yeah,
of cardboard.
yeah, but like
Wow.
yeah, it's just so good. And it has the sealed product, it's got the individual cards. You can search by um, the set name, and then you see which Pokemon are in which one. But yeah, I would find one Pokemon you really like and start collecting that, and then you can branch out. There's artists. So there's an artist that drew the original Charizard. His name is Arita, and you could make a binder of all the cards drawn by this artist and see how they kind of developed over the years and how his art style changed. And you can do that very affordably. So that's how I would probably start collecting. I would try to avoid opening. I think you're much better off buying single cards financially as a collector and investor. But ripping packs is very fun. It's gambling. So if you're a
Yeah.
gambler, buy the packs. But
Yeah.
I always found myself very disappointed. I rarely ever hit like, though when you do hit the hype card, you remember that. I mean that sticks with you much more than buying the single. So
You know, no
it's
fold. He
predatory.
got the 25th anniversary. He got the box,
Yeah.
and he opened it, and he got the Charizard 25th anniversary.
Yeah, so he actually, I think you had his comment up, like, how much is my set worth? Like, tell him, yeah, download collector,
Yeah.
type out each one. You can actually make a folder and put them all into the folder, and you'll see what the entire thing is, and you can track it over months, years, whatever, and
Oh, that's
see.
pretty cool. It's like a portfolio.
Yeah, I'm on my phone to stream this, so I can't really show you, but it's literally they basically copied, a stock marketing app, and that is a huge reason we're booming, because I downloaded this because I'm like, oh, why not? And I was kind of anti using it a little at first, and then when I saw what I thought my humble collection was, I saw what it's worth now, having no idea. I knew some had increased. I knew the value of certain cards, but putting all of it in there, I was like, holy cow! I need to buy insurance on this stuff. So this is, people are making decisions and day trading almost on Pokemon.
Is there
on
insurance?
apps like this.
Is there actually insurance for this?
Yeah, just like they wouldn't insure my watches as well, because you can wear your watches out, and they found it too like risky. But yeah, there's collectible insurance. They do figurines. They can do pens. They could do
Interesting.
Pokemon cards, video games.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I mean, part of the reason why I don't know how to play is like I don't want to know how to play this game. Like I'm afraid if I actually learn how to play this game, that I might start to want to open up this price. So just like with watches, like I honestly I don't know much about watches at all. All right, to be honest, like I'll admit that. Like I just know about like the investing part really. But just like cardboard, I prefer not to know unless like my kids end up I feel like spending some activity with that type of thing with kids and that sort of thing. But I'm fine with just like keeping the product as is and not knowing what the fuck cards are all about.
So I'm gonna advocate for the player here, since I kind of started as a player first. I won. This is what you can win at the tournaments as one of the prizes, like a play mat, and it says champion on it.
Oh, nice.
And I use this every day for work now, at least from home. And yeah, playing is really fun if you're competitive, if you have competitive issues like me. It's really cool. I'm going to teach Cloud Ken how to play one day. I'm gonna give him, I'll lend you some cards, so you won't have to burn your own.
I have to be careful. It's gonna.
Or download a TCG Pocket. Yeah. That is another great way if you're looking to just get into it. If you want to educate people, TCG Pocket has its own. This is the online phone app, and you can open 2 packs a day. So if you're a gambler and you like getting rare cards, yeah, they're digital, which I kind of dumb. Don't spend real money because it's kind of predatory. It's trying to make you do like microtransactions, like all video games nowadays.
Yeah.
But if you do it for free, you can open 2 a day. You can see what opening cards is like. You can, try to get rare cards and build a deck and play with it. And it's kind of a dumbed down version of the real game. So it's much more user friendly, much easier to pick up.
Can you sell digital cards, or they're just for you to keep, or you can trade them digitally?
So I believe no trading is allowed. The second, I don't know if that's changed. If they change that, then yeah, you could buy them now. But I'm not sure. Pokemon Go, you can sell. So because you can trade those. So people have bought stuff for Pokemon Go all the time.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. What kind of mistakes do beginners make?
What Cloud Ken's doing? No, I'm totally kidding. But kind of serious. It's like buying a hype watch and FOMOing, and then they make a bunch of them, so then price drops, right? If you go buy that Tiffany blue looking gold Rolex on Oyster Flex, it's like trading double retail. It's like $90,000. If Rolex produces that for 10 years, I don't think that's going to be at 90,000, right? I think that's going to dip. I don't think it's attractive enough
How long do you
to
think
be
they're going
that
to be
demand.
producing those sets that Ken has, or
So that
they're near end of the production?
so that's the gamble. Ken could
I
be a
mean,
genius and make a ton
Yeah,
because they're so far behind producing enough for demand
yeah,
that's going to be hard. When I came into the hobby more, there's a set XY Evolutions. It was basically kind of an homage to the original, very original set. And they printed that thing into the ground. It was available, and they kept printing it for like years after it was supposedly done being printed. So a lot of
wow,
the older school people like me look at Ken and you're like, you're so confident. Why are you confident? You don't know the trauma we've all been through with evolutions.
yeah.
But even now, evolutions is skyrocketed. So it doesn't seem
Wow.
to matter.
everything went up at the end of the day. Everything went up. All
And
right,
that may
just a matter of
change.
how long.
That may change, but I believe what Cloud Ken says. If you weather whatever storm may come, we go to war with Iran, whatever, maybe
Mm,
it takes a dip, but you weather that, a few years, it will be
yeah.
higher than it is now at the high.
Maybe buy
Um,
even more at the dip if you
if you
have
can
the
do that,
disposable
and
income.
that's part of me is kind of like, okay, I need to sell some now to be ready so that's I put in a watch, right? And then I could sell off the watch or whatever if I want.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, be ready for the dip for sure.
Walmart came out with a shit ton. So these were trading around 200 a box. Walmart a couple weeks ago came out with a shit ton of reprints for this box. All right. Unfortunately, it was very hard to get them at Walmart. You'd have to have a really good robot to be able to get that stuff off Walmart.com, where you have to camp out Walmart for who knows how long. But then that results in these boxes being dipped to about 150 a box. So that's what I did. I just bought the dip. If they it'll be in print more for probably at least another year or so. This set, and if it dips more, then I'll probably consider buying some more. The problem is, how can you get it? How can you get it at scale? At scale, yeah, you can get one
Mhm.
or two maybe, but try to make it work at scale. You gotta like try and really like find the product at a good price, which you know
Yeah, a lot of people buy out collections. Like you
Mhm.
you pay someone 80% for their same thing with watches. You pay
Yep.
80% for everything they got, and they're like, "Hey, I'm getting this huge chunk of change. I just sell it to one person, low risk, high reward." But then
Yeah.
you go piece it all out and you sell it, 95%. And it's so easy now with these consignment companies that will sell a lot of it for you over 80%. So if you're buying at 75%, you literally just slap a new label on it and ship it to those guys, and you're already up 5%.
Mhm.
So
yeah. So this is like, I mean, the key with Pokemon is like the thing is like it goes out of print. They not these things aren't like Submariners, black Submariners, green Submariners, whatever. They don't make these forever. Pepsis, they'll make them forever and just tease that they'll
yeah.
discontinue. These things do go out of print after like 3 or 4 years, and then it's that after that 3 or 4 year period. If it's a good set, it's not garbage. All right, it's not garbage. If it's a good set, you look at the data in the past, it does go up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What kind of how do you avoid like getting burnt in this hobby?
That's hard. So you can buy it MSRP. So what Cloud Ken sounds like he's not done a lot of. I haven't either. I won't
No,
wait in a
no,
target line.
no.
It's not worth my time to fight with scalpers. But that's one way. Not actually, ironically, the one burn I did buy it like a 3-pack from Walmart, and they were like resealed, and like someone resealed it. So actually, ironically, the only
Wow.
time I've ever been burnt was there. If you buy from eBay gives really good like buyer protection. The kind of the thought is eBay is where the scammers are, but it's kind of less. It's more the in-person stuff or the people off like Facebook and stuff like that.
Mhm.
eBay, but you kind of have to know. You have to know if you're getting scammed, which
In
is
in
hard.
for eBay, do they have an authorized like they do with watches where it goes some of these It goes to
Yeah.
a authorization site and they
Yeah.
authorize it. Okay.
Yeah, so they have an authenticator. I think it has to be over $250 the purchase, and I don't know if they do it for like normal raw cards like this. I think it has to be a graded card, and it can't be sealed stuff like what's behind
Yeah.
Cloud Ken.
So
So it's kind of limited.
you should be doing that. I mean, like a part-time hobby. Like you can be graders for them. What do you think of that?
The problem with grading is
Yeah.
they're barely above minimum wage,
Okay.
which
Of
is why
course.
people believe in you're grading a card on condition, but you're having someone who's barely above minimum wage that may not even be an expert in cards that because their demand is so high, they kind of just need bodies in there. So the quality of grading has gone down and has become more unreliable. Like the standards have almost changed. So
Mm.
people are losing some faith, I think, in the graded cards. The market hasn't necessarily reflected that. But it will be interesting to see because there's just so many. I, there's this card I really wanted. It was like $400 and a PSA 10, which is the perfect score it can get. And I said 400 is insane right out of the gate. They're always like 200 for the most expensive, and even that's crazy. So I waited and I waited and I waited, and this is like I'm talking about the Moonbryon, Cloud Ken. But the Moonbryon was $400 PSA 10, and I thought it was ridiculous. And now it's over $3,000, and there's 26, probably 27,000 of PSA 10s. So not just raw like random cards, like just PSA 10s. There's over 26,000 of them. And my brain doesn't compute how at $400 it was a ripoff when there were like 100 of them. But now that there's 26,000, that should be plenty to go around. How it's maintaining this high price is where I very severely underestimated Pokemon. And we talked earlier, like what made you realize this is real? That made me realize it's real. That it's unfathomable to think there's 25,000 of these because that's just unheard of. Like that's a modern day card thing that didn't exist like in my era. The most there'd be were like 6,000, and that would be untouchable. You'd be like, that's way too many. There's not enough rarity. It'll never be valuable. You buy it if you like it, but that's it. And now 6,000 is like rare. So
Wow.
it's just something that
Yeah. Wow. Is right.
I don't know. It's defying logic. Something that's not rare should be cheap, and it's one of the most common cards there is, and it's one of the highest, growing asset there is.
Yeah. I
Because
mean,
it's like it's the proportion, right? The demand versus what the demand for the card is versus how many
Yeah.
are out there, right? If the demand
Yeah.
outstrips
I mean,
the
just like a Panda Daytona. I mean,
yeah,
why is it holding its values? Because there's a lot of demand. I mean, collectibles. You got one. Congrats. I got one a few years ago. Tim, everyone has a freaking Panda, right? Right. Everyone has a freaking
It's
Panda. I
Tim's
mean,
fault. I thought he was getting
yeah,
canceled. So I listened to
yeah,
Tim and I
yeah.
bought it. I bought it that day. It was
All right, all
craziest
right.
thing I've ever
Yeah,
done.
yeah,
by the
yeah.
way, I got a new piece of speculation that I'm trying to put out there. I think this new white one might be in titanium.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's a good bet.
and doing the full white dial could be it to separate it from the steel one. Just a theory. We wanted to put it out there. That was Jay's theory from earlier in the morning. He was showing me some titanium watch, and he's like, this is a possibility. I'm like, okay, all right. He takes
Isn't
the
it pretty
credit.
debunked though, because of the correct side numbers around the tachometer scale?
What do you mean,
They're
debunk?
the speedy direction.
No,
Like
that the
on this, the
previous.
numbers are upside down at the 6 o'clock, whereas on the leak they were flipped.
Yeah,
So you could
actually,
read it.
that's the correct way to do it. Rolex, for
Oh, I
example,
agree.
here, if you look here, this is the Zenith Daytona. It
Uh-huh.
had the numbers the correct way.
Oh, okay.
You see it?
And
So
that
it
would make
would be
sense for
them going.
titanium.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be like them going back to how they
And that
used to
would
put the
differentiate
numbers.
it, how you
Yeah,
said,
upside
from
down
steel.
numbers. It's not very legible if you think about it, right?
Right.
Keeping
Yeah, it
it
makes no
all,
sense.
and it's not like Omega has the ownership of the horizontal numbers. Um, I don't know who made these, who made that bezel first, but Rolex tried to go, the upside down way, the fun way. It actually doing the upside down, you can make the numbers bigger. And think that's why they went that way. And nobody even uses the tachymeter, so don't even give me this
Yeah.
legibility thing. There's one person that has ever used the tachymeter, and that's it. So yeah. Um, but so you mentioned a little bit of the grading companies. There's multiple ones. Do you trust all of them, or you just go with the PSA? That's the best one. It's like getting a cost chronometer, right? Certified,
Yeah. Yeah. PSA is really the only um
valid.
if you're looking to resell
Yeah.
or not live with it forever. If you're a collector and you're like, I'm gonna die with this card, which I've said a million times, trust me, I'm never truthful apparently. Um then yeah, go for the other ones, whatever's cheapest in a 10, because that's showing you maybe it's reliable, the grading standard, at least it's a decent card. Someone gave it a 10. And then it'll be a heavily discounted from the PSA alternative. What I like to do are buy like seven. If I want it for my binder, I buy like a 7 or 8, and then I crack it. So I break the slab
The-
and I rip out the card and then I put it in my binder. So I know it was a decent. So I did that with my first edition
oh,
Charizard, which I can show you guys.
let's take a look.
I think I kept this slab. I have no idea where that is. So this card, so this is probably the most iconic card there is. Maybe not be the most expensive. There's some rarer ones. In terms of the original Charizard, first one ever, that's how you know the first edition. And it used to be a PSA 5 slab. This way.
Oh,
So I broke it out of one of these,
uh-huh.
and now it's its own card. So that I can put it, because I'm collecting like a binder set of
How
all
much
the
did you pay for
original.
that card in the slab?
I technically traded for it. Here's like I'm collecting, trying to collect like one of each of these
Wow.
similar arts in the
From each
variants. So I'm missing.
generation? These are different
Yeah,
reprints?
yeah. These are different reprints. So this is the first edition.
Holy
It's probably hard
shit.
to see. This is Shadowless. So this came in between. This is the one most people know. Am I on the right page? Yeah. So this is the base set. So like this is what most kids opened. And then these are
Wow.
kind of reprints over the years. So these are the ones like you have right there with the stamp. So you can see the
Oh, the
stamp. That's kind of how
25.
you know.
That's the one I have. The
Yeah. And then this
25.
is the
And
Japanese version, which is honestly much
oh,
better.
oh
Where the
wow.
gold kind of brims. And here's base set 2. This is the very first reprint ever, basically. They reprinted the base set and some of the other ones. Um,
Oh.
so that I evaluated that as part of a trade, like a massive trade.
Mhm.
We evaluated it at like $11,000 at the time, and now I think it's like 15,000, and it's pretty recently.
Holy
So
shit.
just to show you and I was really dumb of me probably to break it, but it's hard to find, and I didn't want to get burned, so it's nice. People can make fake slabs and stuff, but it's much harder.
Uh-huh.
Um, what is this? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
well,
Um,
I'm just preparing
but
something here
yeah,
to show
so
you. Uh-huh.
yeah, very valuable card, and even for not great condition. But it was going in my binder, so I didn't really care as much about condition.
Whoa. Okay. That's a
And yeah, I
serious
cracked it with
card.
scissors, so
Um,
pliers.
you have
Crazy.
to be really careful. How do you break those? Is it like there's a special tool to break it? Yeah, or did you
Did I
just
lose
hit it
sound?
with the hand?
Okay. Oh,
Oh.
can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me?
You're
Can you
good.
hear
Yeah,
me?
You're
drop
good.
out. Oh, is Tim we lost?
No, you're both good to me.
Okay, I
Okay, but
can't
you
hear
can't hear.
Tim.
Okay, let
Can
me
you hear
try
me?
to replay.
All right.
I hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I think
Wow.
You
Yeah.
guys have
So
you guys have taken over the show, so it's all good.
Tim G in to save the day.
Can you hear me?
I broke the system saying I broke out a first edition Charizard with pliers.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I
Can you
still
hear me?
can't hear
yeah, I
him.
can hear.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Okay.
can. I can hear you guys.
I'm
Out.
gonna
You
reboot then. It must be a me
collectibles.
thing.
Alright.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's all good. It's all good. I've got something
On his
to
phone.
show here. Yeah, since we're talking about slabs and this kind of stuff. Oh, Cloud, do you have any slabs or you haven't gone into
I
individual.
haven't I haven't gotten into that stuff yet. I just been busy trying to just collect sealed
Mhm.
as MSRP for a little bit, but trying to get the best market price I can get for sealed. Yeah,
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, check
not
this out,
yet, but
guys.
you know what I think. I mean, collectibles. Let me know what you think. But it's like, we have a lot of high net worth people, successful people in the watch community. I mean, they may. I mean, if someone wanted to invest in Pokemon, let's say they have like 100K. I think we mentioned 50K in the first. Let's say 50 to 100K. I mean, it wouldn't really the better thing. It wouldn't be to just do what I'm doing, which is like maybe smaller stakes if you want if to seal it because there's space concerns, also printing concerns as well. It would be to go into some of the more vintage or rarer art cards, graded cards, or maybe something like your sealed earlier WotC box, right?
Yeah, it's it's like buying a Rolex again. There's your blue chip stocks. So there's something it's worth a lot now, but it's so highly desirable, it's going to slowly uptick, or if it loses money, it's going to slowly drop. If you're trying to hit the home run, I would do more. You do more riskier stuff, which usually isn't the older, rarer stuff, even though those can skyrocket. Um, but if you're talking like a percentage increase, usually buying a collection and then taking the good cards from it and grading those and then getting those back and then selling the graded ones. That's kind of where you're gonna balloon more. And if you do that at like a super mass scale. But yeah, if you're some dude who's like working full time, you're just kind of like want to buy something and set it in your shelf. Yeah, I would. The more rare, the more you combine kind of popularity with rarity is and oldness is how I would go about that.
So
So if I were to make, yeah, go ahead.
so to connect this to watches, I just want to show you something here. This is Fred Savage's, yes, the actor, the child actor, started the timepiece
Oh wow.
grading
Oh
company.
yeah, I've heard about this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look at this. TCG looks at every component of the watch to give you the most detailed, accurate evaluation possible. Dial, bezel, hands, case back, movement complications, lugs, bracelet, strap, crown, crystal, pushers, originality, based on individual component scores, which is given a score of 1 to 10. This is in a similar way that cards would be graded. Here's a watch being graded. On the left here, we can see um, this is the watch comes in this coffer. That's the Omega. I think the mission to North Pole or something like that. Oh yeah, the Alaska project. There you can see the card. And on the card, the TCG gives it 8.1 score. There's a QR code that could be scanned. I'm not sure about box and papers. How does box and papers work?
Well, that's the
There's a
card. That's the paper right there. That's the paper. I mean, oh, you mean grading the actual
Yeah,
papers?
the Omega
Yeah,
box.
yeah. I'm
yeah.
not
I think
sure if
they only
they
do
they.
watches.
Yeah, I think they only do watches. Yeah, yeah.
So
Well, they
this,
should do. They should grade the paper. Yeah.
what do you
So
think?
Wrist Enthusiast is a YouTuber. He did a review of this process. He graded like his very first Rolex.
Uh huh.
I was potentially gonna make a video. I have some problems with, well, one, the video was so overly positive. It seemed sponsored, but not declared. He
Uh
actually
huh.
got a lot of comments saying like, "Why haven't you declared this sponsored?" And he's like, "It's not." But it was so high praise. It was kind of weird.
Uh huh.
My biggest problem with this is that box is openable. You can open that coffin, and so you take it out and you wear it to dinner and you bash it on the table. Like, are you going to try to sell it as an 8.1, or do you have to regrade it then every week you're wearing it? I think it's great for like authentication to say this is authentic. Look at this card. It was scanned. It was an eight, or if you're doing it right before selling, right? So a dealer takes some high end piece. they get it authenticated and they say, it hasn't left the coffin. But from what I can see, unless that coffin is like sealed and you'd have to break a piece of the plastic to get to it, I'm pretty sure that coffin just opens right up. And so to me, like people grade comic books, people grade video games, and people say it's really dumb. I mean, it's kind of art, right? It's like grading a card. Cards are meant to be played with, but they're actually sealed, so the condition stays. I mean, unless you drop it 10 feet up and the card smashes. I've actually dropped a lot of mine and they're fine. So it's to protect it, it's to keep it sealed and to preserve that condition. Whereas these do none of that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I
Well,
kind of have a
well,
problem with this company.
yeah. I don't think you're able to open these and at least put them back together. I don't think it's like a watch case. It should be the same as hey, if you open this plastic coffin case up, you're not supposed to. Then that means the grading is you can wear the watch, you can tamper with the watch, whatever you can
Yeah, you
do.
could
Yeah,
swap it out. You get one of these cards and you
yeah,
find one that's similar, and maybe
yeah,
you put the same scratch on one Daytona, and you just manufacture that scratch, and you like, hey, it's got this scratch. It
yeah,
must be legit because it's on the scans of it, and you could totally scam people with this. And like the
yeah,
card is on the outside, like it's not even inside the coffin. So
yeah.
I
And
would
plus,
never.
I
Yeah,
mean, I
go
have a
ahead.
lot, yeah, I have a lot of issues with their grading system. Like, I mean, there's like it's just the graders. It's like a 1 to 10 system, and then I mean there could be like a scratch, and they could grade it like a 9.6 or whatever. So the grading system really varies for a lot of these watches. It has to be
Mm.
consistent for it
And,
to
and that I could
work.
live with. Yeah, as long as they get it consistent, like this type of scratch equals this or this many, like some sort of consistent scale. I doubt they have that because they haven't really been around that long. But give it 5 years, maybe they'd have something pretty consistent. But yeah, if you're not sealing it, if if you're doing it for your own collection, I think that's cool. To be like, wow, my grandpa's watch was a 8.2. I mean, maybe that's cool. Um, but for resale, to me, it's can only be misused.
Yeah, it has. There has to be like a watch market boom again, which could take many things for this to even have of a chance, right? Right. Without the watch market going back to what it was, I doubt has. I doubt most collectors will be a fan of the service.
Daniel Katz, 279 super chat. I dropped my hand from my body grade. -10.
I
Brutal.
in the law world, when you're in a personal injury, you're evaluating the cost of someone's life and someone's body. You ruin your shoulder and you can't you lost 2% usage for the rest of your life in your shoulder. You're trying to evaluate what 2% of your shoulder is worth. I mean, it's real. It's real to drop your hand from your body and lose some value there.
Well, I think Daniel is really trying to preserve his value by doing all that yoga and rubbing Vaseline all over his face to keep it
There you go.
moisturized and wrinkle free. But
That's
what
like
do you
grading your
guys?
watch.
Yeah, well, it's like polishing it out with one of those polishing cloths. What's the biggest scam or a trap in the Pokemon market, guys?
Probably resealed boxes, which is what's scary. Um, so I think Tim G asked Cloud Ken, like, how do you know it's legit in there? I mean, my friends that don't know much, it's the same question. Same thing with the watch. Like, how do you know your gray market purchase? I mean, you kind of pray, to be honest. And that's where this authenticator could be useful if they are actually able to authenticate things accurately.
Yeah, by the
But
seller,
yeah, you buy the
watches.
seller, you look for signs on eBay. There's so many signs that people miss. They're a new seller, they've never done a deal. Um, that something's too good to be true. It always is, right? Their price is $100 less than the next guy. It's probably suspicious. And or the picture quality is bad. Like it's the same thing with watches. You look for the same exact signs when buying online or from non-retail stores.
Are there fake watches that are being sold, fake boxes, right? Are there
Oh
fake?
yeah.
What
Logan
about
Paul.
Oh,
Logan Paul bought it was supposed to be a sealed case of first edition booster box. So this, but like the Charizard I showed you came from it. So this is
Yeah.
a base set booster box. So one of these, but it had the one on it. So which
Wow.
shows it's the first edition. It's the very first ones. This is like, a later. It's the same cards, but it's a little later
Like a reprint?
rendition. Kinda, yeah. Um,
Oh.
and so the he bought a sealed case for like 2 million bucks, which if that were real, it'd probably be like 15 million. But yeah, he opened up one to verify it was authentic, and it had been authenticated by a grading company. A grading
Wow.
company graded the thing, and they don't do it anymore. They don't do like sealed stuff anymore, but they authenticated it. But there's a YouTuber, Rattle Pokemon. So a YouTuber, he had like 5,000 subscribers or less. He was like, hey, this doesn't look right because the fading of this box doesn't look old. And this tape you can buy on Amazon for 18 bucks. And that tape looks really good. It doesn't look 25 years old. And the story of like being in this grandma's basement doesn't like, that's not logical. Like she has this super high end thing just sitting in there. And so they opened it to
Yeah.
authenticate it. G.I. Joe packs. Someone stuffed, they had authentic older boxes and they stuffed it with GI Joe packs. So he opens it and it's literally GI Joe packs, and it became such a meme and it's really scary. And that's another reason I got a little afraid of sealed. I still keep it, but you're living life on a prayer. Not necessarily when you're buying it at the lower level, like 100, 200 bucks, your risk of that's less. When those go to 1,000 though, selling will be harder because people will have that fear, and they'll think they're getting scammed. So once it becomes valuable, it's either harder to sell or you have kind of that fear of you're the one getting screwed. So yeah.
I think I have the video right here. That's
Oh yeah, you made it. It
brutal.
was a really good video. It was so funny. It's like a meme. It's sad, but Logan Paul's kind of you know,
Oh.
shenanigans.
Yeah, he kind of deserved it, right? Yeah.
And the best part was the guy who authenticated it from the authentication company was in there with them, and they all
Oh.
kind of just turned to him, um, without spoiling it. Oh yeah, Nick Strength. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. So that was it. So right before that.
Oh, wait, let me go back. Yes, it's opening it.
I think he's saying it doesn't really feel right. The color looks kind of off.
Yeah. What are these?
They're
These are
in different directions, kind of weird.
and so all of them, all 6 were
I assume so. I don't think they opened all six, but either way, because the whole point was they're all in this one case. No,
yeah.
yeah, there it is.
Boom.
GI Joe
Wow.
packs.
Wow.
And these are high end dudes. I mean, I don't know how knowledgeable, but like Logan Paul didn't just buy this himself. He had like a guy who's allegedly an expert who now no one respects because he led to this purchase. But you have people that are being paid to help facilitate this transaction, and people that are authenticating it that just get duped. So yeah, it's scary. It's scary when you're up at this price point with this type of stuff.
Wow.
As would a
That's
watch, right? I mean, everyone
Yeah,
understands.
yeah,
You
yeah,
go to buy
yeah.
something off Chrono, you're
Yeah,
facing the
that that
same.
that yeah, that's my point. Yeah, they're all the same thing at the end of the day. I mean, I know we all like to just like pretend that watches have like this romantic fun aspect to them, but end of the day you can really relate all this stuff together, with stocks, with bonds, with everything. It's just different.
Well,
It's just different types of risk at the end of the day, right?
totally.
I see comments like, okay, watches should never be considered as an investment. I mean, to each his own, guys. You know, you can put your money in the stock. Okay, I'm sure you guys all love the stock market, right? Collectibles said, he says he doesn't believe in the stock, or he doesn't have much in the stock market right now. Maybe he got out, maybe he made some money, but it's all a form of gambling at the end of the day. You put your money in stocks, right? Trump says something, right? He does something. Okay, you just lost a good percentage of your portfolio. Okay, and yeah, stocks have a history of going up. So does Rolex, so does Pokemon, right? It's all about
Yeah.
what your risk tolerance is, what you understand at the end of the day.
When
mm,
also a big reason I don't like stocks or keep stocks, I like something I can hold that feels real. And I think if I have okay, the market's down. I can display it and it looks cool on my shelf and I'm wearing it like art, then I will keep it longer. And I'm not gonna, hey, everyone's running off this. Let me sell it at 50% loss
Yeah.
and get
Yeah.
out while I can. I will just hold and it will come back up. I mean, of course, it has to come back up for this to work. But in my thought is if I can hold it, I can like it more, and I will make smarter decisions if it's more real to me rather than selling it at, because I mean, you could sell stock much easier than a watch or
But also
Pokemon card.
you can have both. You could do both. You
I mean,
can
that's what you
have
should do.
stock.
That
Yeah.
I don't listen to me. Don't do as I do. But
You can
yeah,
have
in
you
theory,
can
you should have
have some
both.
stock, and you can, if you can afford to also have some cards, some watches, you can diversify, right? Why is it wrong to own at least one or two cards that you get a kick out of? Isn't that the funniest thing ever? It is
Yeah. No,
cool,
no, yeah. Nobody's saying put all your money in cardboard
Yeah.
or watches. Nobody
Well,
ever
I
said
am.
that. All
We're
right.
new.
Nobody's.
We're
Yeah.
early. We're early.
No.
Get in while
Nobody.
you
Yeah.
can, folks.
Yeah. Yeah.
There for
Right.
you,
Yeah.
Tim.
Ah,
You're not the only
yes.
fatty on here, buddy.
That's
Ah.
nice.
So
Yo, that
my friend got it for me in the gay community. People that look like me are known as bears. So he got me the Snorlax because it's like I look like a bear in the gay community. So he likes Snorlax, and yeah, my best friend's gay, so he got it for me.
nice.
So maybe that's why you were given one too. Maybe you looked like
Hey,
a bear.
maybe the guy was gay. I look a little bit gay. I am gay friendly. I have some gay friends in the watch space as well. They're great friends. They're great supporters of
Ken's
the
out.
channel as well.
We
You
went too
know,
far for Ken. Yes,
Yeah.
we
yes.
Yeah.
love gay men. We love gay men, and we love lesbian women too. I love lesbians. I love watching lesbians. That's some of the best content I've seen is lesbian content. It's the
Like
greatest stuff.
most women on YouTube are lesbian for watches.
Mhm.
That are at least the ones I like, not the ones pumping products
Mhm.
without disclosing.
Daniel Katz 279. What are stocks? The future of Tim Wright and friends? Yeah, I lost all my money in stocks. That's what I did. That's where I put my all my money I earned as a swimming coach, swim teacher. I put it into a stock and lost it all. With cards, these could go down to zero in value, but still, I can have the cards at the end of the day, and they bring me joy. They remind me that of the good times when I was growing up as a kid in Ukraine. Look, I brought something for you to show you. And by the way, Russell says, you realize it's just ink on paper. In the same
it's
way that
cardboard, technically cardboard, but yes.
in the same way that wristwatches is just steel and glass. I
And
agree.
sometimes rubber. I mean,
Yeah,
look at the
and rubber.
Aquanaut. Like you're
Yeah,
paying for rubber.
it's
Yeah.
it's all identical, but when I look at a
Oh, that's
Pokemon
sick.
card, look at this.
Yeah,
That's Ukrainian.
that's sick.
Ukraine. I brought these with me from Ukraine when I moved from Ukraine, from the village in
Wow.
Ukraine to United States. I thought I was gonna throw these out because I don't even have a VHS player. Not even
It's
the
art.
one that plays
Yeah.
Ukrainian version of VHS. That's super difficult. Dude, these are I remember when my cousin brought this VHS for me, and it was like a Friday evening, and he said they didn't have it. They didn't have it. He said
Yeah.
they were sold out. And I started crying, and then he boom pulls out. Sorry. I
That's
was just
cool.
joking, and he hands me this cassette, and it was the start of something beautiful. It was a great
Yeah, that's
pastime,
amazing. It's
dude.
the first movie I remember watching was that one. It's my oldest memory of any movie was that one.
When was that movie out?
2000?
Let me see.
99?
So
Let's see.
so
I have
this
the
one
card.
here, it says
Should be 2000. I don't know about the Ukraine, but the
Well,
The
Ukraine
English
probably
release.
comes out like 5 years later. No, just
yeah,
joking.
in Ukraine this was 2001. This
Okay,
this
so yeah,
this
1
was
year.
released 2001.
Is that in
Yeah.
Ukraine, the language of Ukraine?
It is. It's actually the official. These, if you look here, so in Ukraine, there's a lot of bootleg stuff. Most
Mhm.
most of the stuff was bootleg, but these were the official, produced licensed films. That's why they've got this this logo at the bottom, and
Yeah,
there's a
it's cool.
stamp of authenticity that this was the real
That
deal.
is actually
Is
cool.
it-
So, Timmy, you know how to speak 3 languages, right?
Yes.
That's really
Which 3?
impressive.
English, Ukrainian,
And Russian.
and Russian.
And he doesn't have he has an American accent. He doesn't even have a New
Yeah.
York City accent. I mean, he
But
could
he
be.
kind of does,
You
at
think
least to
so?
me.
Okay.
I hear an accent for sure. When he says certain words, I hear it.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Okay.
As a
All right.
Californian, I mean, you have a very, very thick one, Tim. Tim
Oh,
G.
do I? Okay.
Or some, yeah. At
Okay.
least to the California boy.
Okay. Fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, I have a little bit. People say just a little bit because I came to the United States when I was 13, and at over there I didn't have any language. Also, it might have to do with kind of a Brooklyn and New Yorker
Yeah.
kind of accent that we have
Your
here.
stage voice too.
Yeah, plus the stage voice. But this played
Collectibles.
a really important part in my
You don't have an
life.
accent at all. You have like a California accent, Arizona, which is not an accent at all.
I've been told people can hear my accent. I never knew what that. I didn't know we had one. But apparently,
you
the way
don't
I
have-
say
You don't
certain
have. You
things-
could be dropped anywhere in the United States other than the South, and you wouldn't have one.
I agree with you, but I've been told differently. But I agree with you. All right, bye, Cloud Kent. We lost him on the gay comments.
Shout out.
No
to-
bears, no bears for Cloud Kent.
He got offended. He got offended by
You got turned on. You had to go cool off. By the
yes,
Snorlax hat.
the rampant anti. What do you call it? When you call it when somebody's anti-gay?
Homophobic.
The homophobic. The rampant homophobia on the channel.
Yeah, that's definitely not true for you.
Oh no. Listen,
We don't want to get canceled.
the thing is, I get in trouble for literally for being too open-minded, because the thing is, I bring on Republicans and Democrats, and then what happens? Both sides hate me. The Democrats hate me for bringing Republicans on, and the Republicans hate me for bringing on a Democrat. But like, I'm trying to get in people into a headspace when they're not sheep. You should what I want people to do is, instead of following the herd, following prescription, and following what these herd leaders try to tell them, instead of just being so obsessed about their beliefs, is educating themselves to understand what the other side thinks, what's their mindset, and why they believe those things. And then having both sides, you can understand people at a much more deeper level. It's actually amazing because both sides are kind of right on half of the stuff. That's the craziest thing. Half of the stuff, one side is right about, the other half, the other side is and you can't have I wish you could like take the good side from this side, the good side from that side, and kind of combine, and then that would be perfect society. But that's what politicians do. They're so clever. They don't want to have a full victory. They want it to be like like a very slim margin. It's just, man, it's pain in the ass.
That's why they start like super radical, and then the closer to the election, they almost become moderate, and then the original fans get all mad. But yeah, I agree. But I mean, I made the very first video that it got your attention and other people. I wasn't trying to. I never thought I'd be like a YouTuber. I was just kind of screwing around. But the Adrian Barker drama, and in the comments, I'm called a Trumper, and then other people called me a lefty. So I'm like, it just shows like I don't know what politics had to do with anything I said. But yeah, it's
Well, you're a
I don't
lefty.
know.
You're a lefty Trumper.
I am left-handed, so I responded with
No, I
that.
just
But yeah,
laugh. I just
no,
laugh at
I know.
you. But I am.
I
I am.
yeah.
Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm on the right side, and people either give me grief on the chat or they don't. They don't. I mean, they love me. So it's one of those type of things.
You know,
Yeah.
immediately like there, and this the thing is I think, you can't have a normal conversation when or you can't get to understand the other person if you just start hurling some insults at them. And this is what like politicians not and then see this is not just politicians and a lot of stuff in uh because there's politics in everything. The YouTube different YouTube channels, they're divided in like a political way. They're fighting for audience. And what they're trying to do, they want to try to polarize like one influencer versus the other. On my show, I try to bring very diverse group of people, and that's is upsetting for some because they think that, oh, if Tim brings this person, then he agrees. Like I have Tim is a co-host, and we disagree on a lot of stuff. I don't politically agree with him, and that's fine, and we can coexist and we can learn from each other. But we don't. But people don't have to agree to be friends. That's what.
That's
That
how it used to be. Yeah, yeah. Those
yeah.
good old
Yeah,
days.
exactly correct. I lived in a town that was very, very what I call liberal limousine, and because it was near the universities in Massachusetts, and these major universities, and you could get along. I love them to this day. I love them dearly, and you can't do that. They don't want that to happen today. Okay, they just don't want it to happen. So anyway, it's very sad. It's very, very sad. I'm almost sick of it, to tell you the truth.
Mm.
Anyway,
But it's important to like not care what people say. It's like, look, you have to understand what you believe, and collectibles. You're just starting this YouTube journey, and you're gonna, as your audience grows, you're gonna have more comments, more people uh, commenting on your video. There's gonna be positive comments. There's gonna be negative comments, and the recommendation that I would give is not to kind of give up your hand too easily. Don't just comment on the good stuff uh kind of get upset at the negative stuff, because this is how kind of people can try to pigeonhole you. Just
Yeah,
know
that's a good
what
point.
just know what you believe. Okay, that's because the thing is, nobody in the comments, nobody knows you, who you are, except you. Right,
Yeah.
you're the one who lives with you 24/7. People can comment stuff, and sometimes they can get on your nerve, and they could say something that kind of triggers you. And you know what, that's when you learn, oh, why has this affected me? This is a
Yeah.
way that you can self-reflect and see why is this the stuff that I picked up on. Maybe there's
Yeah, that's a good
something that
point.
I need to work on. But it's very important not to comment on it. Just move forward, internalize it, and just keep going forward, and try to become the best you can. And like sometimes you have to confuse the audience a little bit. Sometimes like the negative comments, sometimes disagree with the positive ones. Don't let them figure you out. All right.
Yeah.
uh
Yeah. Or you just respond to all of them and get yourself
yeah.
in the feed more high in the algorithm.
Yeah, or just
Yeah.
like all of them. That way, they don't know what the hell.
Yeah.
You like the negative ones, you like the positive ones. Hey, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Don't try to deny anything. You can't win. Some people you can't win arguments with. And the
Yeah.
thing
Yeah.
is, yeah, and there's gonna be some people that they just want to troll, and the point of the troll is not to get into a productive discussion, but to waste your time. And that's why like responding to some stuff, dude, you're just gonna be wasting time. Your time best spent continuing to produce content. Keep
Yeah.
producing content, focus on yourself, and building and building your channel, and growing your community. and don't worry about the positive and negative stuff.
I appreciate that. That's great advice. I don't really know many people in the sphere, so that's really valuable. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. And another recommendation, keep your circle small. Be very selective. I've had, I've unfortunately I got too many, got to know to too many people, and then they used it against me.
Yeah.
It's very get very toxic. But in either case, the best to just focus on what you do, keep moving forward. Um, just remember, like, nobody knows you except you. So
Yeah.
if
Yeah, I
your
appreciate that.
goal, yeah, have a noble goal. Because you're starting out, you wanna educate people about this stuff, and this is important stuff. And this part of YouTube has been kind of lost. All these bigger YouTubers now, they're so compromised. They're all sponsored, and it's
Yeah.
cool to have
Or a big
somebody like you.
corporation, you know?
Yeah.
That's how it
There's
feels.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. The YouTube is now mainstream. Where
Yeah.
YouTube, like, there was mainstream media, like that's your big chat, CNN, Fox News, CBS, MSNBC. That was the mainstream. YouTube is becoming very quickly mainstream. Okay,
Yeah.
they're got the same sponsors, the same corporate sponsors are sponsoring some of the bigger YouTubers as we're sponsoring the TV. TV is dying out. That's the old guard. Literally, most of the people who watch TV, they're like in the 90s. They're about to, die, and those channels are moving over to YouTube. They know that it's the future. Not just YouTube, but like these social media platforms.
Yeah.
So, and it's good to have the old guard, the people who are here to genuinely for education. And when you
Yeah.
succeed, try to be honest to your audience.
So,
Always.
let's put in collectibles YouTube again. A couple.
Yeah. Let me
Oh,
put the
thank you
link to
guys.
your
If
channel.
anyone can super chat Timmy and PayPal Timmy, and what else?
Yeah,
Um,
that'd be great. Yeah,
that-
Tim, both of
and
you
I
guys,
think you got over
thank you so
1,000.
much.
I think I was 999 when I
Yeah.
subscribed. I think
Yeah,
you
you
won.
guys helped me get over 1,000, so
Good.
I'm so appreciative. That was incredibly generous
That's a
and
big
thoughtful.
deal. So hopefully you'll get
Yeah,
up to.
yeah, it was huge. I never thought I'd be here. So it's really awesome. Thank you guys.
Speaking of people who are still here, luckily, Daniel, welcome to the show.
Cats.
How are
Oh
you
my.
hanging in there? How
Hi,
did the
Daniel.
headstand go earlier today?
What did you say earlier? What to earlier? What?
How did the headstand go?
Oh,
How many seconds did you last?
no, I didn't. I can do it, but kind of badly. But
Okay.
I didn't do it today. So I just want to say that in reaction to one of the remarks, I'm moving forward collectibles over a cliff. But seriously, yeah, it's about the process, right? Someone I heard a story about some guy phoned in. A young guy phones in to a radio station, like late at night, sort of like one of those alternative speakeasy radio stations from 12 to 2 in the morning. And it was telling some host, it dealt with music. It told the host, I'm thinking of getting into guitar playing. He was 17 years of age, self-taught, and he gets together with a band in his parents' garage with his buddies, and they're working over strums. And the guy, he's asking advice from the guy who's the host of the radio station. The host says, save yourself time, kid. The chances of you getting anywhere with that is like zero. There's thousands of people doing what you're doing. So Van Halen happened to listen in to that. He was driving from point A to B, and it was in the 80s, and he stops by at a nearby gas station where there's actually the payphone,
Yeah,
right? You know those old payphones?
the coin and you do
Yeah, the
whatever.
coin in
Yeah.
type of thing. And he phones in and he says, you know what, to the radio host, he says, you know what, about that kid, what you said to that kid? And the host says, yeah, you're wrong. And I'll tell you why. Yeah, I'm listening. It's about getting together and working on the ways and ins and outs of the rhythm and the music, working on the music, and you shut down whether you're going to be the big star or not. That's cream on the cake. They're working on a process for them. Whether it happens or not, that's another story. And it goes on like that. And the host says, "Now, no, the people in the chat don't have to agree with me, but he says, you know what? Actually, you're right." He apologized to the kid, and the kid heard about it, and he continued with the music. So, wherever you go with this collectibles, I hear you're in law, whatever. That's your other thing, but it's obviously this has proven really good for you. So just keep on with the journey. I'm just
Thank
repeating
you.
what Tim Wright said, just a different way.
No, I really appreciate it. That was awesome metaphor too, or story. Yeah, I really appreciate that.
Mm.
With that,
Daniel is
jump
full
over
of
the cliff
wisdom
now.
like this.
Yeah, now I'll jump over.
Yeah.
Tim, I got to go and jump over the cliff.
Okay.
Well, thank
All
you
right.
so much. I really appreciated that, though. That was
Well, we're
Yeah.
gonna
awesome.
do another 15 minutes. I don't
No, I
wanna.
was
We're already
not
been
leaving.
going on for a very long time.
I know I should have been here earlier, but I was busy working on something. So
All good. All good. We're just gonna let's take a look at some collectibles that collectible got. You know, I have some pictures. If you want me to bring up pictures, or we can take a look at uh, examples there. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, do people want to see the watches or the?
Yeah. Oh, let's take a look at the watches. Yeah, let's take a look at the watches.
Okay.
I've got the watch collection here. First, I have a picture of your like Seiko collection. You want me to pull up that one? We'll start
Yeah, that'd be
out with
great.
yeah. Let's take a look here. Here's a
Oh, that's
Daniel
pretty
is a huge
cool.
fan of Seikos.
Oh,
Look at this.
that's a tricky dick right there
Oh
on the.
yeah, yeah. I forgot that was in that picture.
Oh,
Yes. So
I'm
these are
not a
like,
crook.
That's tricky
yeah,
dick.
Look at that.
yeah. So these are kind of my like high school, middle school, college, like undergrad college watches. In law school, sorry.
oh
Um,
yeah,
so yeah, the tricky dick, the eyes go back and forth like he's nervous, about to get caught, kind of paranoid. And then the one two over from that on the bottom, or one over the Seiko is the other one that my grandfather owned. Then my grandma passed down. Oh, and the kind of makes a triangle. The top row, the second one all the way to the left, next to the Chargers one. That was also
oh.
his.
Oh,
But
so are you a fan to this day of the Chargers, or just you happen to have that watch?
no, yeah, I'm a big fan, born and raised.
Okay.
Sadly, it's been a lifetime of misery.
Oh well,
Less
well.
of a fan now that they moved to LA, but I'm
Oh
getting
yeah,
over
yeah.
it.
All
You
right.
go out. They're probably there though. You probably go to a couple of their games a year, right?
I boycotted going to the new stadium, but I'll probably lift that. I've had babies basically, the last since I've moved here, so I haven't made it out yet, but probably in the next year or two,
Okay.
I'll break my boycott.
You good. Quarterback's really good.
Yeah, I mean teams, if they get healthy and sign another big guy or two, I mean they got Super Bowl aspirations this year for sure.
I'm a huge New England Patriots fan, so
Oh yeah, you
that's
guys
my
are the devil.
yeah. Speaking of
Yeah,
the
no, your team's still fun. Yeah, it was my birthday. The Chargers were in the AFC Championship against you guys. Philip Rivers on a like torn ACL, and yeah, you guys knocked us out
that's exactly
on
right.
my birthday. That's how you knew it was a misery to come.
That's exactly right. Anyway,
This
Um,
is incredible that you've kept all of these watches over so many years. I don't think not a lot of people are blessed to have all of this stuff, you know, because you can look at it and you can remember when you were wearing these watches, which classes or which courses
yeah,
you were attending, where you were. So many incredible memories.
Wait,
who,
you still have
who,
them? You still
who-
have them, collectibles? Sorry, Tim G.
yeah.
Oh,
This is a pretty recent picture.
okay.
So like the one all
who-
the way up to the right is my eighth grade watch I was kind of talking about with the Seiko with the
Yeah.
diamonds and it's black.
How
yeah, that's
cool is
pretty
that?
cool.
And then the one
Right?
next to it, my wife gave me, so I wore that to our wedding.
Wow.
And then
Wow.
the one next to it is the one I bought with my first paycheck. Kind kind of for chargers, colors as well. So a lot of these are
Equitron.
my more sentimental. It's kind of the more luxury ones I've connected less to emotionally. I think as the value, I kind of prevented myself from getting too emotionally attached. So ironically, the luxury ones go in and out very quickly, but not these ones.
Isn't
Really
that
Obviously.
cool.
isn't that funny, Tim? Maybe the same thing with you, but your blue enamel Seiko
Yeah.
and my white enamel Seiko have passed the test of time. So we got not the Grand Seiko collectibles, just the mid range, and it's got so many stories already.
That's the
Yeah.
beautiful thing about the Seiko and the Citizen and Casio. They're actually extremely durable watches, very easily serviceable, and they're kind of in the price point where you're not gonna get robbed over them, and yet they can last just as long as a Rolex,
And you're
right?
respectable. Like if I go into court, I mean, I see
Yeah.
someone in an Apple Watch, maybe I shouldn't be judgy, but I'm like, what the hell are you doing? But if they weren't a Citizen or something, I mean, I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
So it's yeah, you're just a gentleman, It's
Mhm.
anything's better than an Apple Watch, I
What
think.
are what are judges wearing these days? You can't
It's
see
hard
what
to
they're.
tell. You don't get too close to them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
At least in my experience, a lot of it's remote now, so it's kind of hard to really take an eye in. If I did more like government work where they're in court every single day, I'd have a better grasp. But I mean, it's a lot of leather bands. It's kind of what that Timex looks like. I haven't seen a judge rocking something crazy. I think I knew one that wore like a date just. Um, Trying to remember the other one, but it's nothing you dream about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even like my bosses, they don't. One has a Cartier that she never wears, and the other one has like um, a Breitling that he keeps forgetting to send me a photo of. So it's like,
No,
I don't know.
I get it. You know what's nice is the Seiko Chrono on the right. Those
Yeah,
on the
so
bottom right. I love those.
all the way to the bottom, so the like
All the way to the
greenish.
bottom.
So that was my first. That was Teddy. Teddy convinced me. Teddy shielded that one. Yeah, I saw it on a show. I thought it was really cool. So that was kind of one of the first watches I bought when it started. I started getting, the
And the
sickness,
watches.
the addiction.
Did you
Yeah.
get it from Teddy or did you get it from someplace else?
No, I think I got it on like Amazon.
Okay, makes sense.
I'm not sure if he still sold them by the time because it was like an older video. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
I should support Teddy more, but I don't
Yeah, I like
know.
it, but now since he has his own shop, I don't know if he's telling the truth, like Timmy was saying, if he's telling
Yeah.
the truth or not. I mean, he's it's almost like he's got a conflict of interest going on.
Well, he's got
Yeah. Yeah.
an expanded shop actually. He's got not just the shop; it's gotten bigger.
Yeah. It looks amazing. I mean, I think he's trying to become an authorized dealer for a lot, bigger
Mm.
brands and stuff like that too.
Yeah, he's
Maybe
got Omega
Rolex.
as an authorized dealer, so I mean that's pretty good.
When he had the like exclusive release of the Land Dweller, like, or at least the platinum
Right.
one. So I mean, he's in Rolex's pocket in one way or another.
That's
So that
right.
might be his end game. Because I know to have a Rolex AD, they're very particular about how much space you have in your store for them and the location and stuff. So I
Yeah,
think him moving only like 8 months after opening is
the problem he's got
a
is in
sign.
Cleveland. The problem he's got is in Cleveland. He's got Gloveberg, which is basically 1916 company where they were originally founded,
Oh,
and so
okay.
they're a Rolex Protect dealer, and they've got like a stronghold on the Cleveland market.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. But maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll merge with them or do something or
By
whatever.
the
Get
way, if
Vacheron.
if Daniel Katz was a
Well, that's
Pokemon
sweet.
card,
Well, thank you.
he would
Thank
be
you.
a Psyduck. Look at
That's
that.
actually
That's a
drawn on a
perfect
pretty
match.
expensive
Hold
energy
on.
card.
I don't have a
That's pretty
drink,
cool.
but
Huh?
pretend this is the drink. Okay, I don't have the drink, but
The red
There you go.
sunglasses match your current
Yeah,
outfit
yeah,
too.
red sunglasses. It's
Yeah.
a perfect match, guys. Look
Yeah.
at
He's got you pegged.
that. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Nailed Daniel.
yeah,
You thought you could get
Nailed it.
away.
that's really good. All right.
But very, very cool collection. Incredible story here behind like all of these pieces. And the best part is these are all keepers,
Yeah.
and uh, you know, they're valuable in sentimental way. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's
obviously
always
resale, you'd get pennies on the
Yeah.
dollar if even, but I mean, it wouldn't matter if one of those was worth 500 or something. It wouldn't matter. Those
yeah.
are for sure.
They could still go to your kids, and there's a
Yeah,
lot of appreciation there. So it's
yeah,
stuff that you never have to get rid of, and they could be serviced indefinitely, and you never know if people are gonna appreciate you. Now, moving along here, you've got Mario Kart Formula One Tag Heuer. You
so
still
this is
own this piece?
the first watch I ever sold was this one. I bought it, I loved it, I wore it to the release of the Nintendo Switch. I got
Yeah,
it like the same week. um and I thought it was cool, but that thing wore like a hockey puck.
yeah.
Surprisingly, it wore actually okay for being like 15 millimeter thick.
Mm,
I just like I got over it partially, but I think I mean, if money were infinite, I would have kept
mm.
it. The other thing is the strap is like leather, which is cool. It looks like a tortoiseshell like in the
Mm.
game.
Yeah,
Um, but it's like leather, and this thing's like a chunky, like it goes down 200 meters in the water, and like you put on a leather strap, and like I didn't want to buy another strap when the strap was cool. So it was weird, and then it was uncomfortable. Like the clasp at the bottom would like dig into me and like cut me almost.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of reasons I wanted to sell it, but I did. And for those that don't know, the date wheel every fifth day has like a Mario icon. It's like the mushroom or the bullet, the green shell, the red shell, and the star, and the banana. So it's really cool, really creative, but
nice.
didn't survive the cut.
Did you get your money back? You lost a
Yeah, I
little
think
bit
I
of?
actually made like 100 or $200.
Nice.
So yeah, I
Mm.
was with fees and all. Yeah, I
How did
made about
you?
100.
Which direction did you go as far as selling it?
I
You
sold on eBay.
on
She
eBay?
bought it for I
Okay.
think Valentine's Day for her boyfriend or husband.
Oh, I see.
I
Okay.
wanted to surprise him, so yeah, she paid
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
full price.
All
Or
right.
no, I think we negotiated a little. But yeah, I wasn't really expecting to sell it. I just put it up there, like, hey, it'd be cool to fund the next one by selling this,
Yeah.
and then it sold. So
Hmm. Now, going along here, let's take a look at this next one right here. The Tudor Ice
that I got.
Bluda 54.
Yeah, yeah, 54, Blue Lagoon. This one is a little controversial on my channel slightly. I went to the authorized dealer. I'd never seen it, but I was in love just from the imaging and the marketing. So I'm
Yeah.
like, hey, can you put my name down for this? And they're like, well, actually, if you prepay, you'll be like literally in line to get it. So I
Yeah.
bought this watch, never having seen it, watching a few people review it. And that's why I'm so particular about people reviewing watches and like having hands on, because it's like that influenced me to buy this. I put a lot of money down, especially, at that time. And yeah, I got the call only like a month or two later. And I was, yeah, the first one in the whole, I think, Southern California to get one of these. So it was pretty damn cool. And it was nice to know I was actually on a list that was chronological. So yeah, I'm with that AD forever now. That was pretty cool.
Mm.
That's a
Had to
That's
do
a
beautiful
that.
that's a nice jubilee. I didn't even know that there was this Tudor because I haven't been following the Tudor as much.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. It's my go-to like pool
Yeah.
watch, and I mean I think it's kind of a flex piece for a Tudor. I mean it's I got high praise for it when I wore it in Seattle. So yeah,
Yeah.
Blue Lagoon. Yeah.
Mr. Tudor to you. Thank you so much for being a member for 43 months.
Wow.
Lagoon
Yeah, good
Balloon. Nice.
job. Woo! Nice.
Mr. Tudor to
Um,
you. He's a huge Tudor collector. He's got like
that's cool.
I think almost all of the Tudor pieces.
And he knows everything about Tudor too.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Tudor
my only
super
one.
collector.
People call it like a girl's watch. I mean, I'm a big guy. I mean, look at that wrist. That thing
Yeah.
fills it up pretty good. So
Back in the day, 35 was the go-to back in the day for the dress
yeah.
watch. So
Yeah. Yeah, I
it's all
totally agree.
psychological. What size is your hand? 7? What's on
I was
your
like a
thing?
7.25. I've lost some weight, so I'm getting closer to 7. But I think I'm
Okay.
slightly above 7 still.
Yeah, I'm 6 3/4.
Oh yeah.
But Tim would say that I'm probably 1 to 2. But I think I'm 6 3/4.
It's not that small.
You're puny wrist, Dad. But,
Yeah.
The
I mean,
-3 inches.
yeah. I mean, yeah. There's watches in all sizes, and you could wear them big. I wear a tiny tank. It looks kind of ridiculous, but
A Black Bay
I think it looks
54.
good.
A Black Bay
Yeah.
54 is meant to be like a recreation of the original size
Yeah.
for the Submariner. It's the
I think it
OG
looks so
size.
much better in that proportion, to be honest.
Do
Mhm.
you ever see? It's maybe a bad analogy. It's not a joke, but collectibles. You're out with your partner. You're out in the country, and you're looking up at the sky, and you see different stars. And someone points out, "There's Neptune." Oh, isn't that beautiful? That little spot in the sky is Neptune, and I bet you think it's beautiful, and I bet the image of that is much smaller than your tank on your wrist.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a
No?
great point. Yeah. The
So that
tank's
tank
huge.
size, as small as it is, it draws the visual thing in really well, especially with a nice strap.
Yeah, because it's just gentlemanly. You know what I
Right.
mean? When
Yeah,
you're getting big, and big watches, there's a purpose for it.
Yeah.
But usually I rather, something a little more elegant than something
Yeah.
chunky and sporty.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's
I-
a perfect fun piece.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I purposely look for something different, completely the antithesis of whatever Tim wears.
Yeah. Oh, this is perfect antithesis. But very great.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Here's something people are familiar with, and now it's going completely crazy.
30K, baby.
So
Really?
this is a huge
yeah.
trigger. I sold this right before all the rumors started, and I knew that the rumors were a possibility. And I was telling my wife about it. She's like, "Why don't you just keep it until then?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
"No, like I don't want this much tied up in watches." So
Yeah.
because I didn't know if watches are going to go down more with where things were going. So and I got the exact money I paid back out. So that was really
Okay.
cool, despite like 2.5 years of wearing it.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, a few months later, surely the rumors are way more real than they've ever been. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's only probably 2,000 I lost because it was older. But yeah, it was a sad.
Is this the number? Is this the
I'm mad at
first
myself.
one? Is this the first one, the second one, or the third one, which Timmy taught me about? Is this the first model or the second
Mark
model?
1, 2, or 3.
Do you know?
It was 2018, so it had to be Mark 2, I believe. It's not Mark 1 because the coloring on it. So I believe it's Mark 2, but I'm not 100% on that. That's why I sold it. I wasn't willing to become an expert on it. But it was cool. It was my first heavy hitter for sure.
Mm.
It's a beautiful piece. Unfortunately, that's
Do you
okay.
Do you still own that one, Tim? I forgot. Do you still have it?
I
Yours?
still have mine, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Smart man.
I'm not planning to sell it. So luckily, I think what's gonna happen now is actually the time to sell it. I'm obviously gonna keep it. The rumors are gonna be false, and then the price is going to drop again. And they're going to release a better, sexier version. So that's gonna make prices go even more down. So yeah,
Well,
if
I don't know.
I mean, the
about
other
that.
rumor is it's going to be 41 millimeter in match the subs. So I think that would make yours more desirable. Not as much as it is now with people thinking it's going.
What if the rumors continue, Tim? Right, that the older models, I don't mean old, but the ones like the one that you have, were put together better than the brand new ones somehow. What if the movement that you have, even though it's not the most advanced movement, is built in such a way it will last past 300 of your lifetimes? Who cares?
yeah,
You got a good watch.
One hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna hope for.
Yeah. I can't
and,
guarantee it, of course, because I know,
No.
you know.
Sure.
But I'm above you in this.
Can you guarantee it, Daniel? Could
No,
you be my guarantor?
You should get it graded. You should get
at
it
this
graded.
moment,
Get your
Tim,
Pepsi.
at this
Yeah.
moment, I'm above you, so I might know
Yeah.
a little bit because I'm above you right now. But
Higher in the hierarchy.
yes, in the hierarchy of
That's right.
things.
The hierarchy going here. In
Yeah, yeah.
fact, I probably should be at the bottom. There we go. The way
No,
the
put me at the
hierarchy
bottom.
works.
I'm the scrub. I'm the scrub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is my tiny tank. It's kind of on the chopping block.
Oh,
But
I
I do
like
love
it. That's nice.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
not wearing it as much. since
That's
I
a
have
great.
Chopard.
That's a great courtroom watch.
Very
Yeah,
special.
yeah, I
That
know.
dial.
But
That's
a
that's
really good friend wants it, so I feel better
Oh,
selling to him. But I'm just not wearing it as much
It's
as
a
I
perfect,
would.
it's a perfect courtroom watch because it's not flashy, but it's like elegantly not. It's just elegant.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Really nice
Really nice.
design.
Yeah, tricolor is really cool.
Yeah, I hope it'll be the opposite with me. I'm not getting that, but I'm waiting for one of those new brands, the Revenera. It's a alternative to a Cartier, but
Okay,
yeah,
probably
and
better value then for bang
yeah,
for a buck.
it's really
Yeah.
good. It's got a 27001.
Oh,
in
are
it.
those they're like gray and black? Like they're
No,
like
I'm getting the white one, metallic white.
yeah.
with the
But they're
flat-
like sorry.
yeah. That you're right. It's the
Yeah. Those are really
Okay.
cool.
Yeah.
Those are like masculine and yeah, they're a little more modern looking than
Yeah.
these. Yeah, those are cool. Let me know what it is because I've thought of that as well. Picking one.
Yeah.
So that's the tank, right?
Yeah, it's the tank. It's like 90s tricolor, so it's kind of hard to see there. It's like rose gold, white
18
gold, gold.
18 millimeter lugs, right?
I think it's technically 17.
Close
And then
enough.
it's like sterling silver gold coated. So it's technically gold, I guess, but it's gold plated.
It's nice.
Yeah,
but
but
it's silver underneath.
But I've never seen that kind of sector Cartier dial with the kind of rainbow center. I don't know. I've seen that. That's a rare piece, I think.
it's a great watch for a gay man. Are you selling it to your bear friend?
No, he's married allegedly, but no kids,
Ah.
so there's no proof.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
But I may keep it. You guys are kind of swaying me. It's gonna be the hardest one to let go that I've had.
No,
You know
you
what?
don't. You're not. You can't get rid of this. This is like
Well,
the
now I can't. Now it's part of the live.
Mm.
So.
Yeah, you can't. Just blame it on me. You
I-
can't get rid of this.
this is the
Um,
Cartier part of LGBTQ plus edition.
Um,
Yeah.
You know what?
Hey, chicks like it because they
Yeah.
relate
Right,
to it.
Yeah,
you-
nice. I'm
it's-
Chicks like it.
It's easy
actually.
to build trust with the
Chicks don't like the huge. Yeah, they don't like the huge Submariners.
That's
They like
nice.
shit.
Yeah.
I'm surprised your wife hasn't taken this.
I want her to like watch it. She says it's a man's.
Oh,
Well,
hobby. I'm like,
that's
no,
fine.
like,
You're not paying money. That's a good thing, actually.
well, I'd like
But-
to share would be cool.
Yeah,
but
I-
yes, if she had different tastes, then that would screw me. I agree.
So, I'm thinking of a lilac for my piece, a lilac ostrich piece, even though I don't like the idea of animals being killed, but it's lilac. It's beautiful. I think a new strap would be really nice on this. A different strap.
Yeah, this is a cheap strap. I had trouble because I had to get one long enough, and it's hard because it's I think 17. So for my size wrist. But yeah, if I got something custom, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Russo, Tim can tell you all about Russo straps. My guy is Aaron Bespoke, who I'm trying to get on the show out of Montreal.
Okay.
And he's got all kinds of nice leather. He shows it to you before he makes it. As long as he knows the measurements and sees a picture watch, he gives you suggestions, whether it's some rare species or it's fabric or it's rubber.
Yeah.
But his thing is the leather. And he's got a feel for colors that contrast other colors, like a clothing expert sort of thing. And then as long as he knows the size, the size of the width of the lug to lug, then he knows what to fit you with. So
Okay. Yeah, that's great advice. I mean, that's something I want to do for this watch if I keep it, but we'll see.
yeah.
And I hate to be rude. I do have 5 more minutes. I have I hear duty calling soon.
So good.
So not trying to be rude.
No, no, no.
Okay, it's okay.
But thank you
Let's do
guys.
a fire rapid.
Yeah, let's do
Some more
fire.
watches here. Yeah.
So this is a future watch I may want. Maybe not on this type of gold band, but these Piaget. I think they're the most underrated like vintage watches there are, with these precious stones kind of
Never
surrounded in
seen,
gold.
never seen this Piaget before.
Yeah, it is octagon. Yeah, they have a lot of different octagon variants. They have some with like kind of ruby and onyx, and then this is one. This would be my Chargers watch, blue and gold. But I think it's, again, the bracelet's a little dramatic. Maybe I'd go for a leather strap. But these are really cool watches.
Beautiful. Can you put a leather strap on that?
I think they have some that I think we may see one coming up. But I like it on the gold too. It's cool.
Then let's see this next piece you put here. Here we go. Je le coutre.
So this is my Reverso, one of my favorite ones to wear with my suit. So this is probably my court day watch. Maybe not trial, because maybe it's a little too recognizable. But yeah, it looks kind of big on my wrist here, but it's an older model. They're way thinner and smaller than the current ones that I think are just monsters. That's cool, War Turtle.
Oh, that looks like that. At first, I thought, oh, maybe this one looks like Daniel, but that's too cool. He's not.
It's actually an error one. That's actually a very expensive one.
Oh yeah.
The upper left should have a Squirtle, but it's got a War Turtle. So it's like Pokemon made a mistake, and they had to correct it. So yeah, that's actually really rare. That one.
Oh, I see it here. So it's like a double error. I see.
Yeah.
But this is the two faces, right? Of the
so that's the other side, and this is one of my. Really and then you can't tell from the photo, but it's really textured, that like silver white side of it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, is
nice.
you can see it there. Yeah. Just I wear it so much. Slightly less now that I picked up certain other things. But I don't. This one I think is gonna stay a long time.
No, that one has to stay.
That's a classy piece.
And I got it for a pretty good deal. I think they've gone up a bit. The new ones are just such overpriced garbage in my opinion.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
JLC keep increasing prices.
Yes, and then they're getting thicker and bigger. It's not what the watch should look like.
Yeah.
This is my sub. I actually got this from my authorized dealer. So I got the call.
Nice.
Kind of a big reason I sold the Pepsi is I liked some of the things about the Submariner a lot more. And this is going to be announced on my channel soon. This one has left the collection, sadly. I'm a little afraid I just shot myself in the foot with my AD if they find out. But we don't care, right? We buy what we want. And
but they're not going to know. Your AD's not watching.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. Sometimes you have to let go. But you replaced it with a different Rolex.
Yes. So that is why it took the chop.
That's a different, it's a whole different story. So no, the AD will understand that. The AD has to understand.
Yeah. And I'm like, if you gave me one, but it had to be this one because it's older. I don't, Tim, don't you have the newer version?
I have I have the same one as this.
Okay, good. You're a man.
My friend is borrowing it now. He's had it for 4 months because I'm supposed to do a half marathon to get it back, and it's just they just keep getting canceled.
It's not your fault. I want that actually. I want a friend where we go in, maybe a gay friend, side piece, where we go in on watches together and we like ship it back to each other every few months.
Yeah.
And we like pay, you pay half the watch each. So you're like sharing it. Cause I don't, I could go a few months without a watch and then you get it back. It feels new. Maybe with a scratch or two.
You're talking about like a condo time sharing.
Yeah.
You rent out your house and then, for summer you go live there and then you rent it out, for winter. I would love that, to have more variety and experience more things.
Yeah.
What would happen if you gave this watch to your wife? I know she doesn't like watches.
She'd hate. Yeah, she would not. No, it would have to be on a leather strap. If she's gonna wear anything, it's got to be leather.
Okay.
No, she hates this watch. Yeah, she hates all like metal banded watches.
Got it. Okay.
And let's see here. You were.
This is another kind of wants.
Yeah.
I've stopped myself. I could have got it over the Panda, obviously, but I'm deciding like this or a Piaget that we'll get to. But really cool history.
But get the smaller one. The 30.
That is the smaller, I think. The 40. Okay. The 40 is ridiculous.
Yeah. Somehow that square thing doesn't fit around the wrist right, from what I've heard from people. So
yeah. This is the smaller, and you can see it looks pretty big on my wrist. Yeah.
Incredible stuff. And what about this?
So that, so I mentioned earlier, my son got hit with a scooter and we had to go to the ER thinking the worst. And I got the call from AP that day and I was considering buying the code 1159 because it was the first time I got the call and I know they're really particular there. But I was like, why am I doing this to get a Royal Oak? I'll just kind of lower some of my standards and go used. And it's okay if it's a little scratch. It's okay if it's quartz. But yeah, I picked up this two-tone and
Beautiful.
absolutely loving it. I need to get resized, which I will
Incredible.
soon. But yeah, it's
Love it.
yeah,
It's an
yeah.
icon. AP. It's cool two-tone.
You know what year that is?
I've been told it's 80s, but there's no. It was naked, but really good condition. I was shocked by and it was local store that's very reputable and stuff in LA. So I drove like
Exactly.
3 hours in traffic each way for it, so I had to buy it.
Of course, for 5
Very
miles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
smart move. You know, the AD games, and there's like what you have to buy a code 1159. You don't even know if they're gonna sell you the watch at the end of the
Yes.
day.
If they could
Anyway,
tell you within 365 days or 2 years, you will have the exact one you want, I promise.
yeah,
I would be less anti games. But yeah,
yeah.
the whole like if that wasn't enough, this is a new micro brand I just bought, the Tusino, and it's got the craziest
Wow.
shape. It's hard to see there, but the crystal is totally like domed in a really bizarre way.
What country is this?
Um,
Swiss,
yeah, I think it's technically Swiss made, but it's like Italian design. Let me see if I have it
very
here.
creative stuff. This is something Daniel I think would like.
This is a
Yeah,
Danish.
my non
Great
Rolex.
Daniel.
I like to be kind of yeah. I think Dave
Fun.
is you're saying,
Oh
but
wow,
you
look at
see
that.
how like
Yeah.
see how the crystal is so. And then the
Oh,
split case
Inwardly.
back I really like. It might not
oh
be the best
golly, I love
movement,
that.
but
Oh,
I
that's
just think
Daniel's his
it's like a
favorite
pebble.
movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like a
That-
pebble,
yeah.
like the Cartier
Yeah, it's
pebble, but not
beautiful.
30 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, I got some hate on my review, like calling it shitter and stuff. I think it's one of the coolest watches. I
No.
hated it initially because it felt like, huge on my wrist, but now that the shock value is worn off, it's actually not.
Well,
I've
I
really
had
grown
I
to
had the Ming,
like that
and
one.
told it was a shitter too, and the Mings
Yeah,
held their own. So
yeah. I think this gold too. It's so unique. There's nothing you can buy like that. I don't think, not at that price point.
Hell yeah. And you got a Pokemon pocket watch?
$15 at an antique shop. So
Nice.
yeah, I have that here.
What?
Pops open. Actually looks pretty cool. And then like the details on the back. Like, look, that's like pretty cool engraving.
Wow.
So I think these actually might be legit like vintage ones that they kind of carved out. But I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
it
it's
looks
new.
like something was repurposed, right? They had a
Yeah,
Pretty
bunch
which
of
I
cool.
love.
fluff
Pretty cool.
and they
Yeah. So
renewed it.
and it's
That
quartz,
is
which
a
I like because like it's not that serious, So set
yeah,
it and forget it. And then yeah, leave it like inside with some texturing. Um,
that's so cool.
but yeah, so $15. That probably best value for watch I've ever bought.
There should be some, there's opportunity to do a serious watch collab with Pokemon.
Oh
I
yeah.
would
Well, they've
love to
done.
see
There's a
that.
lot. I'll send you a video. I've done kind of a history of it. Not
Oh,
super. Yeah, they've done Timexes. There's a really cool Gengar one that I really want, but I could have had it at retail and I passed,
Yeah,
and
I was
now
going to
it's
say
like triple.
Timex has done some with them.
And Fossil is the Gengar one, and some other ones. So and there's some like there's like a Baby G Shock one a long time ago, and there's some out there, but they're nothing luxury, nothing like Tag Heuer. Tag Heuer
mm,
should really do it.
and
This is AliExpress Tourbillon, like
nice.
$300. So it's really beautiful in
Wow.
person. Like the way the light hits it is really unique, and actually probably my most complimented watch so far of
Holy
2026.
shit.
People that aren't like huge into watches, they think that's way more. I mean, if they know
Yeah.
it's a Rolex, they like that more. But this has caught way more attention.
This looks like $100,000 watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gorgeous for $300. I don't know how long it'll last, but it's 42 millimeters. It's a little bigger than I like, but it wears really nice. And then I bought this strap off Amazon for like $15 or less because the strap it came on was really bizarre. It's like the lightest color leather I've ever seen. Didn't really look that good.
It's really nice. That's a
Yeah.
bargain for $300.
Yeah, for tourbillon, and come on, I like it's the coolest thing, and it's so fun to watch it.
And how much was this again?
It's
300
like
bucks.
yeah, 300, 350,
Yeah.
under 350, because they have they have those like deals all the time and coupons or first time. So I had that, and then I'm sure if you wait, like Jody, I think always has like a discount code or
I
something.
mean, that looks as good as your Grossman.
And they have like 20 different colors. I mean, they have a lot of different options, and even some different dial layouts, like where they're separated. So you have the whole dial, and then you have the tourbillon kind of stacked on top. But I like this one a little more, so it's kind of larger, took up more space with the actual time telling. But this picture does not even do it justice. I guess I'll pull it up.
Oh,
Dwight's
yeah,
gonna be mad.
Let's see it. And any other watches that I'm missing?
Probably. The Chopard. Do you have that one still?
No, I don't. I don't think.
Okay,
No,
maybe
but
it
I do
didn't
want to
go
see
through.
that.
I can pull that up.
I do want
Yeah.
to see the Chopard.
Yeah.
The Chopard is there. So this is the dial.
Wow.
As you can see, it's. I mean, it's hard
Wow,
to
it's
see.
very
with the-
dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah, like it is so much like in the. Yeah, like that. Like the sun hits it, and there's like a purple one, a blue one. The blue is probably a go-to. Most
I
people
like
have
it a
blue.
lot.
Yeah, it's like apricot kind of.
That's a bargain. That's a bargain.
Yeah, there's a good view of it. So it almost looks like fire, like or fall leaves, kind of. And then I think the coloring of the like the gold and stuff, because there's gold in the, orangey gold. It doesn't look as
lovely.
Jimmy, how did
Yeah,
they make a
yeah.
tourbillon that cheap? What's going
Chinese
on
crazy.
here?
It's just a
I mean, it may not
markup.
last.
That's a Swiss markup. It doesn't cost that much to make a tourbillon. The
Well,
Swiss, they're just good at
I want this
marketing. They just got big
Well,
expenses.
let me own it for a year or two. I may have your answer why it's so cheap, but I mean, so far it's held really good. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to pass it down to my kids, but we'll see. Maybe. I'll
The
grab the
living
Chopard.
expenses in Switzerland are very expensive. Everybody needs to have 3 houses, so they're charging extraordinary amount for their labor.
There's nothing wrong with having multiple houses. I'm just
No,
busting.
nothing wrong with that.
I'm
of
just
course.
busting on you. I'm busting.
No, but
on you.
it's mandatory. It's mandatory over there.
It's mandatory in my household too.
Yeah.
So this is why I don't wear my tank very much. I fell in love with this. Pretty.
That's really nice.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's like a mother of pearl.
Yeah.
It's hard to capture in the sun. Yeah, there's
Wow.
Just let it focus.
And-
It's there. I see it.
It's stunning.
Yeah, and it's like real gold, whereas the other one's plated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Chopard, which I think holds its own. It's only
Fuck yeah.
1,000. I think I have the exact number.
It's really nice.
728 out of 1,000. So it's
Really, really
It
nice.
has the exact number. So that's why I kind of want to
Whoa.
sell the tank. Is this is just
Dude,
eating up.
7 is the lucky number. 28 is number of wealth. Boom.
Yeah, my
boom.
sister's favorite number is 28. That's like a big sentimental for her. So I've
All
always
the
kind of liked
Rolex
that
watches
number.
are set to 28. If you go to their
Yeah.
website, it's all
Yeah,
28.
they do. Yeah, it's cool.
Does your family live in all pretty much around Southern California?
Yeah, it's a big reason we moved back from
I get it.
Arizona.
I totally get it. And also, are your parents still living?
Yeah, my mom's out here too.
Oh, that's awesome because then she probably takes care of the kids, right?
No, we're not that close, sadly, in distance.
Okay, I get it. You don't have to.
Yeah, and then she still works. But on weekends and stuff, she'll.
Okay, cool.
Her mom and my mom will help out a lot, and we can.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's nice. It's nice being back.
Incredible.
Yeah, really
Incredible
nice.
stuff. This is what I love about collecting, because it's not about the watches. It's not about the Pokemon. It's about the people, the stories, and how we assign meanings to objects.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and you guys will always have a friend of me. You guys are really incredible, and thank you so much for helping me get off my feet and stuff on this channel. I really
That's
appreciate
awesome.
that.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah,
I'm
and throw
gonna
Tim
put
some
the
more super chats. Next time I'm going to give you a super chat. I'm joining in. So we're chatting. We're super chatting here.
Thank you. Remember, guys, this show is funded by you, the community, and we're bringing only the most authentic voices in the space. So
Just saved in my notes the Tusino of all things.
the Tocino.
Yeah, I really like that Tusino.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna make more. They have 2 other color variants too. So they have like
They're
a green
sold out.
mojito, and then yeah. Well, they might, because
They
they were
might.
like a pre-order, like you buy
Yeah,
it and then they make it.
yeah,
But yeah, I'm in love with it.
yeah.
Mm.
That's really cool.
Very cool. We're gonna let you go,
Okay,
so that you can go take care of your business. Thank you so
I can
much
go to
for
job
joining us
number 2.
today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you, Tim. That was incredibly nice of you guys. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
No, you're
hell
awesome.
yeah.
All right,
I
bye
really
guys. We'll talk
enjoyed the
soon.
Take
conversation,
care.
and hopefully people will be able to learn a lot from this chat tonight.
Yeah, I think they will. You did a great job
Okay.
facilitating too.
Um,
So
Yeah. Thank you.
bye
Bye.
guys.
we'll
Thank you.
see
I
you on the
appreciate
next
you.
one. Take
Bye.
care. Take care. I'm gonna put the link, guys, to Cool Collectibles.
Dr. Bob's Nightmare says the tocino is Spanish for bacon.
You subscribe to him. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Bacon is good. I love bacon.
Me and you both.
Bacon,
I love pig.
bacon is best.
I love it. I like
I
pork
heard
loin. Love it all.
I heard pigs are kind of nice as pets.
Yeah, they're smart.
They're smart. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Back in the day, I don't do it anymore. Back in the day, on canoe trips or as a kid, uh, I loved when they served burnt bacon, like on borderline burnt bacon when they over a fire.
Over. Oh, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
All right, guys, I gotta walk Colt, my dog.
And I've gotta go take a break. I'm
Okay,
spent. I had a whole day busting my
okay,
ass. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream.
okay.
And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. Hopefully,
Absolutely,
you'll
absolutely, absolutely.
yeah. Hopefully, you'll
You
still have
know,
mass. Okay. Thank you.
Ciao, everybody. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Okay.
community, take care of yourself.
All right. Bye bye.
Everybody. Good night, everybody.